lawful. Let the judiciary interpret this for them, and whoever the judiciary declare as the rightful winner will eventually become the president of Nigeria. Are you getting the point now?
Yeah.
Are you getting what I'm trying to say now?
Yes, I'm getting that.
But you cannot see me because NEPA has just performed their blunder now.
It's all right. It's all right. Just let us hear what you can recommend, you know.
So, as the president-elect has rightly said, that this is the time for healing, and that it's ready to form a government of national unity. So we should all forget, we should all just put aside the election. That is that's the first thing. We should forget about the election issue. I'm not talking about the contestants. I'm talking about Nigerians as a whole. While we move ahead, we are wasting the judiciary to do their job. Let healing continue. Let peace reign supreme. Let governance continue now, so that the campaign is over. So that let's continue to live in peace and unity, particularly in Lagos. In Lagos, where the obedient are so hell-bent, where there is agitation for this between Yoruba and Igbos, where there is likelihood of tension. You understand? And we don't want this to happen like that. You have been living peacefully for years, for God's sake. And this continue to live. So Peter Obi should please, for God's sake, call all his obedient and Igbo people to order, and particularly the Igbo, the elders of this Igbo land. The statement of Chief Iwanyautu is not a matter at all. That I had meeting with people all over, and we shall see. People should forget about it and achieve violence. That's the point. So we should just move ahead. Another 4 years is there. Peter Obi is the youngest of all contestants. Of all the top contestants, the four of them. So he has a very good opportunity. He should just keep on building this structure, and tell people to forget about all this crisis, forming ethnic crisis, religion crisis. Just tell them, no, let me pursue something in the court. And if the judiciary give it to me, good. And if the judiciary say no, I'll wait for my time, and Nigeria will move forward. If he likes to join the government of unity, unity government, if he likes, he say no, I'm not interested. There's no big deal in that now. So we should move forward. All Nigerians should just, for sake of peace, forget about the election. Election is gone already. Now, let us come back to our normal life. Let's live our normal life of peaceful coexistence. Let's fashion way to move out of poverty. Let's fashion way to get out of all this tension. The CBN there is giving us a lot of problems. Odefele is there. Crisis of this is still lingering everywhere. Where crisis is still there. Things that we need to tackle.
Okay, Mr.
So we should forget about this electionary.
Mr. Balogun, just shortly before I go to Funke to wrap up as well.
Okay.
Can we get some pointers from the president-elect, for instance? Because this seems to be like a battle, well, permit the word, a battle between a president-elect and the person who feels that he should have been the president, or he was robbed out of the office because of the way the election or the process was and all that. So can we get any pointers? What, for instance, has the president-elect done that for you shows that he likes unity, he likes peace more than the other? Because some people also from the other camp are complaining that there are a lot of things that were said and have been said in Lagos State, and the president-elect is not saying anything about them. He's not addressing them at all. And if you think there are things he has done that Peter Obi should have copied, or any other person who is making inflammatory statements, let us know these things so that we can also point them to the people who need to toe the line.
Yes, if I can get you right, you ask what the president-elect has said.
And done.
And done, yes.
Yeah, because I remember, maybe you'll have to explain that one too, because he said he doesn't care about a government of unity. He wants competence. Yes, some people may understand it in a way, and other people still understand it that he doesn't want national unity. Maybe you'll explain that as well. And you explained some of the things that the loyalists to the APC said in Lagos that Tinubu has been able to address, so that we borrow a leaf from there.
The point I can decode from what you've said now is that what, as the president-elect said, if you remember vividly, on the day he was receiving a certificate of return, you understand, after receiving that, the first statement that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu said was that either you vote for me or you do not vote for me, either you are pacified, you are obedient, or you are articulated. Let us forget about that. That already election is gone, that is ready to work and form a government of national unity. I'm sure you remember that vividly. So having said that now, he has opened his doors. He has opened his heart. So everyone, come, let us salvage, let us rescue this nation, this sinking ship. Let's salvage this country together. Let us work together. If you have something that you really, supposing you become president that you want to implement, come with it. Come forth with it. Let's brainstorm. Let's put round peg in round hole. Let's put square peg in square hole so that everything will go pari passu and Nigeria will be greater. He said that actually, and I believe he meant what he said. Of course, you know Lagos State, you know Asiwaju antecedent, you know what he has done when he was in Lagos. You know, I was able to assemble technocrats. Most of them now, there is you cannot deny the fact that the vice president was the commissioner in Lagos, the present vice president was the commissioner in Lagos, Minister Fashola was the governor in Lagos. All those, you cannot mention the list. His list is so now having the opportunity to be there now, he knows those that's going to assemble for the purpose of moving Nigeria forward, and because he knows that APC, our party, has actually not delivered according to what the party manifesto of the party says in the past 8 years. But there are challenges, of course, you know. Asiwaju will do something greater for all of us Nigerians, and Nigeria will be very peaceful. If only they can just pick up something and fly away now. So all of us should come together. That this is the reconciliation period, a time that we should reconcile. This is the time I think our brothers in the southeast will come together, having conferences and colloquium that, okay, come on, election is going, what are we going to do now? So can we have the Senate president? Can we have this? What can we do to have this? We should just be thinking, be proactive. You forget about this election that is passed already. Let the Supreme Court finally, at the Supreme Court, give us that, okay, Asiwaju is not the winner. It's number 3 that win. So be it. Nobody can challenge the Supreme Court. Therefore, no. Inauguration that the people are protesting, anti-inauguration. What is that, for God's sake? So, what are we supposed to be? Some people are protesting for inauguration will not take place, and in a place where there is government, sitting government. It's not possible.
All right. So okay, Tunji, thank you. But let me go to Funke. I'll come back. There are other things we need to talk about. Funke, we are in the healing process, and I just asked Tunji to say what some of the things he would recommend would be for us to heal. What will the Labour Party recommend? What would you recommend that we start doing before May 29th? And whatever we do now before May 29th is also going to be what after or beyond May 29 Nigeria will be as well. So what are your recommendations for this peace and healing?
First of all, yes, thank you. First of all, I find it so patronizing, in a sense, for somebody to say, having done all the violence and, killed people, maimed people, burnt market, to name a few, now you're saying, let's come together. It's like the rape is saying to the raped, come, don't forget the violence, forget that I violated you, forget. And there's no apologies. Let's just, begin. Let's even get married. I think that's a huge slap on the face. We all want peace. But you see, first of all, we have to establish peace among the certain people that they have burned their market. I heard that even today, so many markets were locked up for no reason at all. So how do you begin to heal? The healing can only come through equity, through justice, through, attempts by the party that has inflicted all the pain to sue the people. And how do you do that? You submit their mandates to them. You cannot smother us away and say, yes, it is done, just come and join us. That would be foolishness on our part. And that means that as parents, as leaders, we are not seeking after justice. The Bible says we must seek after justice. We must seek for equity. We must know how to soothe the people. And that's not through violence. So the healing is going to be a long-run thing. It's something that, yes, we are going to do a lot of reparations to get to the point of healing. I'm not being unnecessarily obstinate, but there is a lot that has been done that I have seen. It's not even about hearsay. He said he's a full Nigerian. So am I. I have my green passport and everything. I am a full Nigerian. You know of my parentage and all that. My mother is a Fasoya. My father is the late Segun Awolowo. So I'm full. But nobody should be able to deprive or deny us justice as a people. And he said the Igbos will be all right. That's very condescending. Am I Igbo? There are many people. There's a diversity in LP that must be respected. And if we say we don't want a certain government, then we don't. He said it while he was talking. And don't tell us to come and join a government we do not agree with or that has not demonstrated any form of justice. So yes, it's a good suggestion to go towards healing. In fact, I'm a healing minister. But I know that before healing, certain things must be done. When Jesus was healing the people, he had compassion. He was full of love. And so he stopped to heal people. We are not seeing compassion here. We are seeing disrespect of people's persona. We are seeing disrespect of tribes. We are seeing disrespect of people's mandates. How do we start the healing? I'm asking myself. It's going to be a long-drawn thing. And it's going to take, first of all, the APC party apologizing to all involved. Then we'll start steps towards reparation. Reparation also means we'll get our votes back. Not just they will gain our votes. No. So we have to look at equity. We have to look at respect for mankind. Because people, oh God, you should see what I saw. People were stabbed. People were killed. Somebody said he was trying to vote as soon as they looked into what he was doing and gave him a dirty slap. Who does that? Please. I love what you're saying about healing, but healing comes out of love. Healing comes out of empathy. Healing comes out of compassion. And we have not seen that yet. Thank you.
Okay, let's digress a little bit. Let me know about the Nigeria of your dreams. What you were hoping to get and what you are still hoping to get as a person. What is the kind of Nigeria that you would want to leave for posterity? Because you mentioned your son and children yet unborn that should be left a legacy that they should be proud of. What is this legacy that has been playing out in your mind that you think Nigeria should have, the Nigeria of today should leave for the Nigerians of tomorrow?
Okay. To be candid, when we started the movement and Peter Obi came out, over the years, I've read about him, I've seen what he did in Anambra. So I was hopeful that at this point, we're going to get a leader that will respect, the hopes and aspirations of the people. And when he started speaking and going around to learn, especially when he went to Egypt and so many places to learn, I saw that this man had a teachable spirit. He's not coming as a tyrant, he's coming because he wants to impact and he wants to put certain things into the system. And so he actually aligned with my Nigerian dream. That's utopia that you wish. Because I've lived, even though I have a Nigerian passport, I've lived in the UK, I've gone to, so many countries, and I've seen even Dubai, I've seen what good government can bring. A government that knows what they're doing, not a clueless government. And as I saw, as we all got together on the drawing board making strategy, I saw that this was a dream that is, achievable for Nigerians. So that's, Peter Obi aligns with my Nigerian dream. Over the years, was it Ojukwu that came to my granddad's funeral and said, this is the best president Nigeria never had. And some people will say Ojukwu was Papa's #1 enemy. But he had insight. He knew that this man really meant well and all that. So that's what I'm looking for. I saw in Peter Obi the Awolowo spirit. And that's why I'm backing him. And I know by God's grace, he will get there. He will get there through equity, through understanding of the legalities involved. He will get there because he has insight. He means well. He has not failed his people. And that is my dream, a dream of Nigeria where we have lights, where there's water, when children can go to very good schools. Years ago, when I was going to England to school, at some point I went to England to school, we used to transcribe. You know, what you did in the University of Lagos was as good as taking it to any university abroad, even Oxford and Cambridge. That's not the case today because we have failed on education. My dream is for us to get back there and to surpass what we used to know Nigeria to be. My dream is for every child, every son of us to finish school and to get a job, not to have to japa, as they say. My dream is to go on the road and it will be death traps. Can you imagine the other day, a train and the bus hit each other? And it was because they said later, they were saying, they told the bus driver, don't go. He wanted to run through. People, there are no traffic laws. You know, people just do as they please. And it's because there's no good leader. So that's my dream. My dream is a place where the economics of the nation, the economy of the nation, you know, supply and demand is very good. You know, when they say when supply exceeds demand, there's inequity. No, we don't want that. We want a balanced economy where we're able to have a good local industry, as demonstrated in Aba and all that, where they make things. You know, Peter Obi kept on saying, I'm taking you from, is it production, where we're able to, yes. You know, we need to produce, not just to be consuming. We need to be responsible. And that's the dream I had. And I'm seeing it in Peter Obi. And this is a dream come true. And I just hope by the grace of God, the God that I call upon, that we get there. We will get there in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Okay, let me go to Tunji as well. Beyond party lines, paint us a picture also, just like Funke has done, of in Nigeria, you want your name to be associated with maybe 10 years to come, 20 years to come, 50 years to come that we have fought for. What is that picture of Nigeria that you see, that you hope to get, even when you have left the stage? Tunji, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, finally.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
I said thank you for that question.
Yes, please.
I listened very well to my sister there, Mrs. Pastor Funke Awolowo. You see, as a real Omoluabi, I have a lot of respect for Awolowo dynasty, a lot of respect for Awolowo family. I was one of the youngest people that used to attend the Yoruba Youth Forum in the Efuyela Hall in Kennedy, when the former Ooni of Ife was there. So for Pastor Funke to speak in this direction, it's not new to me. I quite agree with all what she's saying. Because from Yoruba Unit Forum, where Baba Adebanjo and the likes are, we have serious hatred for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I am saying without any reservation. We have very serious and passionate hatred for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How will somebody like my sister's caliber, Funke Awolowo, be saying that Obi has anticipated? What about Sister CJ? We are not campaigning again. Let's look at this.
I think we have passed that one, Tunji, because yes, we've passed that one. Right now, I am saying Pastor Funke Awolowo has given us a picture of the Nigeria of her dreams. What is your own picture? Beyond party lines.
Beyond party line, beyond party line. I want a Nigeria where peace, justice, equity will reign. I want a Nigeria where businesses will thrive. I want a Nigeria where the youth will be fully employed in a serene environment. I want a Nigeria where security, where we can close our eyes. To close when we are sleeping. Where banditry, kidnappers will be restored. Where government. And our leaders will be responsible to the people. We are all proud of to carry our great past leaders. Our leaders will come to class and be real leaders, not a sectional leader, not a religious leader. Not in Nigeria where unity, and strength will reign supreme. That is just my dream for Nigeria.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Tunji Balogun, chairperson of the Director General, rather, of Omoluabi Coalition Group. You have spoken well, and we've also had Honorable Funke Awolowo, Deputy Chairperson of the Lagos State Labour Party EXCO. At least we've been able to agree that we want a Nigeria that is a lot better than the one we have today. But we also have to realize that all of us have to put our hands on deck to make sure that happens. Both parties have said that we want a Nigeria of unity, love, prosperity, and equity above all other things. And we hope that we'll get to that El Dorado one day if we have the right attitude towards our country and the way we do things. So thank you very much, Mr. Tunji Balogun, for coming on the show, and also Honorable Funke Awolowo for being part of our show today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
And thank you, my sister. We in a different platform.
Okay, we've been talking with Tunji Balogun, Director General of Omoluabi Coalition Group, and also Honorable Funke Awolowo, Deputy Chairperson, Lagos State EXCOs of the Labour Party. And with that, we're wrapping up the show for today. We do hope that you had a wonderful time. Do join us again tomorrow as we bring you another edition of Plus Politics. Until then, my name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I looked away and tried to imagine Mama's reaction when I told her about Gozie. She had been waiting eagerly for me to bring someone home. I needed to marry early, she said. I lacked the traits and beauty to attract many suitors. Thus, I had to make do with what I had before I was too old and educated to catch a decent man. Maybe I made a mistake by letting your father send you to university. That's why you like arguing like this. Too much book is inside your head, she lamented one day after interrupting a heated conversation between me and my brothers. Today it's politics, tomorrow it's football. Instead of you to come and join me in the kitchen, you're shouting up and down the house like a street boy. my grandmother used to say, only a foolish rat dances with the lizard in the rain. You're a woman. Your brothers will have wives to cook for them. After all this book, better make sure you come home with a husband. You better not bring just a certificate. Adugo has that young man who's undo. Even Chinelo has somebody. Mama had been born in a time when education had been a luxury, if not a waste, for a girl child. But my grandmother had been a troublemaker. She'd insisted her husband send all their daughters to the local primary school to learn to read and write. Mama had spent the years afterwards learning to be a wife, and then her father shipped her off to be married long before she turned 18. I had other ambitions, desires she did not understand, to be something other than a wife. I hoped telling Mama about Gozie would restore her faith that I would be married someday. I was tired of being introduced to friends' sons, cousins, uncles, friends. Tired of Mama telling me every time the daughter of someone we knew got engaged or married, and as Shrebi, they were all planned to wear. Tired of congratulating others and watching them respond with oily smiles of those who had achieved all you aimed to, saying, don't worry, God will do your own. My name is Iwanuse Odafen, and I'm the author of Tomorrow I Become a Woman. Growing up, my parents were very big on reading, and my dad would buy me a lot of books. You know, my mom made us read academically, like she would always make sure you had to. But then my dad would also like buy me like Charles Dickens, those like a lot of the classics. My dad made me read them, and I just loved reading. And it got to a point that I started disturbing him to buy me books, and then he would we had these book shopping days where we'd go shopping for books together. And once I finished reading the books after a while, I'd go back to him again until he got tired and he was like, leave me alone. Because I've always loved reading, like I explained to you, like growing up that way. Well, writing actually was something I discovered pretty recently. It all started in 2015 when a friend was going through a very difficult situation. And I remember I was so frustrated about it, and I was talking to someone. The person said something I didn't agree with, basically repeating a lot of societal talk. And I was really upset by this. And I remember I told him, this friend of mine, I was like, I'm going to write about this. And he was like, can you go ahead now? Write it. And it's obviously, because it sounded absurd that, I had written it, then I used to write essays and I'd contributed to like some non-fiction things in school, but I'd never written like a novel, so it was a very bizarre thing to say I was going to do. But then in 2016, I had some free time because I was like in between jobs. I was applying for a job, and I was like, I want to write about this thing. I was really bothered by it, and I just started asking about writing. You don't get better. It's like you don't get better if you don't write. And I started, and my very first attempt was terrible, but I continued, and that just gave me so much peace, and that's how I really discovered my love for writing. Oh yes, definitely. When I attended the Purple Hibiscus Writing Workshop in 2019, at that point, because I come from a very finance background, so I studied accounting, like MBA, like everything was just very finance, consulting. But it was the first time I was actually surrounded by writers. Like everyone around me was actually a fellow writer that wanted to write. And just to be honest, I think we really underestimate how much just reading other people's works, so when you actually have to workshop each other's works and just reading and being inspired, like wow, more people are writing, and just listening to other people's experiences. And I remember also a lot of the tutors at the workshop were also very insightful. Just little things about writing, you never know what will change. And I remember at that point I had a draft for my novel then, and I was stuck and I didn't know what to do. I remember Chimamanda, who was in charge of the workshop, said that particular session I was in, she said something around, sometimes you're writing and then you're so focused on your agenda and you forget to tell a story. It sounds like a very simple advice to a writer, but then it clicked that was what was wrong with my draft. It was a lot. It was a very long process in the sense that, because I had to even gain confidence as a writer. I had to be sure in my own voice. I had to find my own writing voice. But it was such a learning experience for me because I learned so much, not just about the subject I was writing on, but also about myself. Because several times I had to interrogate some things I'd accepted and some things I thought were normal, because I had to also think back over my own experiences to reflect them, because I really wanted the novel to be a true reflection of society. I wanted everyone to be able to see themselves. So I'd talk to friends, and then I had to even interrogate myself that, is this, why are you comfortable with this? Why have you accepted certain things as normal? So it was a very insightful experience. And it also taught me a lot about betting on yourself, because it's so easy to give up when you're writing as a writer, and because you get no's, there's so many like, why are you special, but it really taught me resilience. I stopped so many times, and then I kept going back. The first draft took me about 2.5 years. Yes, so I started writing the first draft in February 2016. I had a draft by September 2018. But then I had to keep editing, and I had something close to what is published now by 2020. Yeah, so it was a long process. Okay, so it was, again, publishing. I think a lot of people don't really understand how the publishing process, So generally, okay, it's different for a lot of people, and also in Nigeria is a bit different from the West. So like the very first edition of my book was published in the UK, and to do that I had to query a lot of agents. I got a lot of no's. I got over 50 no's, and from the draft I had, and that's kind of what spurred me to keep editing my draft. But I think after the workshop in 2019, I went back early 2020 and I rewrote my entire draft in 3 weeks. And I finished it, and I just felt like I can buy this book. As I could walk into a bookshop and I can pick. I know. And I was at that point, I knew I was supposed to stop. This can go out, and I started querying again. I think one thing people don't prepare writers for is actually rejection and the reality of publishing. And I think accepting that you're going to be rejected is the first step. And it sounds like a crazy thing to say, why would you tell me that? That's a defeatist mindset. But then that's the thing, you're going to be rejected. But then, most of the time, all it takes is 1 year, and it's about not stopping your work. Just keep writing, because the thing about writing is, the only way you can get better is actually by writing. And it's crazy. It's like, oh, but my writing isn't good. But then you won't get better if you stop. It's about reading more. It's about also finding works that connect with your writing voice, works that speak to you, and also improve your writing. Just consistently improving your craft and never stopping. You get no's. You get no's that, and the thing about it is accepting that those no's will come, and you will be discouraged. Because you will be discouraged. I was discouraged so many times. There were times I paused writing for months. It will come. But then it's about not stopping there, refusing to allow that be the end, and just believing and having insane self-belief that at some point in the future, this will work out. And so that's my encouragement, to just keep writing and to just not stop.
Store phone switch to on, light on. Switching command to internal. Expectedly bad, DW. Fuel tank pressure 60 on 55. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
Our growing-up memories are often fragments, brief moments, or a canter, which together form the scrapbook of our life. There we derive the wisdom and knowledge, so deep that they cannot be wished away. My name is Professor Deji Fashui, and here are my good old days reminiscences. Although I was born in Akure, Ondo State, my dad, Chief Gabriel Oluwadare Fashui, hailed from Ilogbo Ekiti, Ido-Osi, local government area of Ekiti State, and mom, Florence Idowu Fashui ni Afolabis from Ado Ekiti. Dad retired as the program manager of Ondo State Agric Development Program, while mom retired as a senior matron in various government hospitals in Ondo State and later Ekiti State. As the second child of 6, growing up was beautiful as we were categorized among children of the elites in a completely egalitarian society where civil service was a leveler and devoid of the present commonplace of bribery and corruption. In those days, anyone living beyond his means was immediately ostracized and seen as a leper by the community. Only permanent secretaries could ride Mercedes and Volvo cars. The saving grace for a lot of public civil servants then was the Udoji Lajes. My mom was one of the beneficiaries. As a nurse, she was able to buy her first car, a Datsun 180K, sometimes in 1975. Prior to that period, the whole family had to make do with my father's Peugeot 504, and of course, a manually driven car. Don't just start imagining how the whole family will cramp themselves up in that car for a family outing. Yet, we were generally contented and there was dignity in labor. In those good old days, education was compulsory and largely free at primary school level for everyone in the southwestern part of Nigeria, including Akure, where I grew up. There was no class discrimination or distinction in schooling, as virtually all schools were government-owned. I remember with nostalgia that my parents decided to allow us go to St. James's Primary School barefooted like other children, not because they couldn't afford the shoes, but because we must not be different from other pupils. I ended up becoming the senior prefect of the primary school, representing the school in various debates and quiz competitions frequently organized by government at the time. I left St. James's Primary School for the prestigious Christ School Ado-Ekiti, where I had the greatest foundation and molding, like many other peers at that time. Those days in Christ School Ado-Ekiti afforded us the opportunity of meeting colleagues from different ethnic groups in Nigeria, especially those from the eastern and midwestern part of Nigeria. We cultivated their cultures and found a blended midpoint of interaction devoid of animosities. We were simply members of the same family. Till date, most of us set mates as of that time still find it funny reliving our lives and times at Christ School. Still, no class segregation in spite of our individual achievements. Nobody cared if you are a high court judge, captain of industry, governor, or a big name somewhere. Everybody goes by his first name, and your name is your name. God save those of us with bad aliases in those days. Mine shouldn't be called in public. Please don't come on this thread and spill it out. Oh, don't just come and spill it out. Exciting good old days. My undergraduate days at the University of Ibadan were also relished with nostalgia. Life was simply good and a lot tolerable. It was survival of the fittest, as nobody tells you when to wake up, eat breakfast, or go to class. It was my first total freedom from home, and I did not bungle the opportunity as some of our friends were christened NFA, no future ambition. Life was not as riotous as it is today, although there were few cases of spoiled brats who will do anything to lure us to exotic life on campus. But I was already fully formed in the secondary school, and the Christian ethos were never compromised. I must confess, we had our own fair share of pranks in those days too. Dad and Mom, if you are listening, let me apologize in advance for this disclosure. I remember we would steal Dad's car key for some midnight parties without his knowledge, even while living under the same roof. We would push out the car outside the compound before starting the engine, travel occasionally with the car, arrive back home safely before the family morning prayers, wash the car, and we would pour a lot of cold water on the bonnet to cool the hot engine, to forestall suspicion of a hot engine, particularly from our FBI trained investigator mom, who was sure to spot any infraction. Anyway, it is what it is. Guys must be guys. In all of this, we did not lose sight of the lessons. We were taught and we imbibed the ideals of hard work, which we were told to be the prelude to a successful life. We were taught that nothing good comes cheap, and that there is no shortcut to success in life than hard work and commitment to your chosen career. Those lessons paid off and helped a great deal in my rise through the ranks to become a professor and the dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences in Ekiti State University. I must not fail to mention that my journey in life took me at some point to the eastern part of Nigeria, where I had my youth service and my master's program. In those days, the East welcomed me with open arms. It gave me the best opportunity of appreciating the culture, mentalities, norms, and idiosyncrasies of others, and the need for a harmonious relationship. This taught me a lot of tolerance with the understanding of different cultural backgrounds. I was fully accepted into their fold, I had cordial and almost filial relationship with my supervisor, Professor F.C.O. Biora, who took me as a son. And on a lighter note, I almost brought home an Igbo lady as a wife. Those were days when we saw each other as one, unlike today when the apparent divide is very disturbing. Talking about passion, my experience in the computer world woke up my latent talent in ICT, and this motivated me to later establish a computer outfit in Akure, Ondo State called Workman Computers. This company was an instant success, even though with a lot of rough takeoff. Workman is still flourishing under the management of my wife while I've taken to academics. Another big lesson in entrepreneurship. My worry is the continual slide in our social values with a concomitant depreciation in ethos of hard work and dignity in labor. Unfortunately, our new generation of youths have stood these ideals on their heads, believing that they can start life from the peak of life. The current situation and mindset of a sizable number of our youth stem from the growing decadence of our society and the lack of proper planning for the teeming youth by the successive governments in Nigeria. We seem to continuously mortgage our future by disregarding the spate of the conscienceless youths we breed today. Concerted effort must come from parents, opinion leaders, government, religious leaders, teachers, at all levels of education and the youths to correct this cankerworm which makes us appear to be sitting on a keg of gunpowder. All hope is not lost. I am a believer in a Nigeria that will work. I hold on tightly to the tiny but strong rope of hope that with a will to make the difference, we can change the narrative. Our children must learn from those rosy days of ours. Take the lessons, enjoy the tales, and make a positive move towards surpassing our modest achievements. Yes, it can happen. Proudly a Rotarian, I therefore join Sir Shemori Badejo in this collective patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow for our youths. And even for us too, it is possible. It is achievable. Thank you and God bless.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Kimberly Obiabo. This is the news update. President Muhammadu Buhari has inaugurated the National Council on Digital Innovation Entrepreneurship, NCDI. The inauguration of the council preceded the Federal Executive Council meeting on Wednesday. The NCDIE, which is chaired by the president, has 13 other members, including the vice president, ministers of finance, budget and national planning, trade and investment, communications and digital economy, governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, among others. The council's establishment is based on the Nigeria Startup Act 2022, which was signed into law in December 2022. At the inauguration, President Muhammadu Buhari highlighted the importance of the NCDIE in driving economic growth and job creation, as well as plans to consolidate on the gains recorded in the sector under his administration. He added that he expects that the NCDIE will oversee the implementation of the Nigeria Startup Act, which aims to stimulate the growth of innovation startups and small and medium-sized enterprises in the country.
The council I am inaugurating today is a critical governance structure in the implementation of the Act, which will ensure that government agencies, entrepreneurs, investors, and support organizations collaborate with the startup ecosystem to achieve the goals of promoting the growth of a vibrant and sustainable startup ecosystem. In Africa, the startup ecosystem has also been growing at a remarkable pace. In 2022, African startups raised a record of $5.4 billion in funding. Nigeria has been at the forefront of these goals, with Nigerian startups rising over $4 billion United States dollars between 2019 and 2022.
Now, the Plateau State Police Command has sealed the House of Assembly complex in the early hours of today. The command is yet to issue an official statement on the action. It is not unconnected to the crisis among members of the House of Assembly. On Monday, a court reinstated Yakubu Abok as the Speaker of the House. Abok, who was impeached in October 2021, had resumed duties with a few loyalists from the PDP and Labour Party. The House is divided into two factions, with one loyal to the current Speaker, Yakubu Sande, and the other loyal to the reinstated Speaker, Ayuba Abok. The Nigerian Senate has adopted a harmonized bill for an act to establish the Nigeria Peace Corps from a conference committee of both chambers of the National Assembly. It could be recalled that the Nigeria Peace Corps establishment bill was passed in 2022 by the two chambers. The highlight of the adopted report is on Clause 38, Sub 1 of the version passed by the Senate, which is in conflict with the version passed by the House of Representatives as contained under Clause 38. The Senate version seeks dissolution of the existing Peace Corps of Nigeria and National Unity and Peace Corps. The House of Representatives version of the bill solely recommends the dissolution of the existing Peace Corps of Nigeria to be transformed into the Nigerian Peace Corps when assented to by the President.
Brief report of the conference committee of both chambers of the National Assembly concerning a very minor discrepancy, and it had to do with the name and title of the bill. That's the only thing. Whereas the Senate passed this bill with the name National Unity and Peace Corps of Nigeria, the House version had Nigeria Peace Corps as contained in the original bill. Mr. President, both chambers, as represented by the committees duly constituted in accordance with the standing orders, met and considered this singular discrepancy and adopted the House version. And the committee recommended that the House version, which retained the word Peace Corps of Nigeria as a title, be retained. And we so move the committee.
The Senate do approve the conference committee report on the Nigerian Peace Corps Establishment Bill 2023. Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The remains of Senator Joseph Wires, the late Senate President in the Second Republic between 1979 and 1983, is yet to be buried 16 months after his death. Cross River State Government had inaugurated a funeral committee to plan for his burial. A year after encountering, the late Wires has yet to be laid to rest. The petition was raised by a lawmaker representing Cross River South, Senator Jeshom Bassi, seeking the endorsement of the Red Chamber to take over the burial arrangements of the late Wires.
Observes that Joseph Wires brought a high degree of knowledge, style, pomp, and grandeur to the leadership of the Second Republic Senate. The Senate is worried that the remains of the late Senator Joseph, of the late Senate President, Senator Joseph Wires, is yet to be buried. The Senate is concerned that this delay is an embarrassment to the National Assembly and to the nation that he headed between 1979 and 1983.
The lawmakers have described the situation as not only appalling, but a national embarrassment, calling for urgent intervention.
The mover of this motion, because I was deeply worried when I read on the pages of newspapers that there are issues, there are problems in respect to the burial arrangement of the Senate President of the Second Republic. It was very, very embarrassing for someone who sacrificed so much in running the legislature of this country at a time that we wanted to put in place a democracy.
In as much as we don't have such in Nigeria budgets, but we must take up this as a corporate social responsibility that the Senate must get involved. I think the Senate has to liaise with the government of Cross River State. I don't know whether this family has communicated officially to the Senate that they lost Senator Wires.
Why shouldn't the presiding officers of the National Assembly not have some medical support when they leave? This is provided for the president and the vice president, for the Chief Justice of Nigeria, all retired, for life. No, it's not about now. Actually, we killed it in our constitutional review.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Taraba State has called on the governorship candidate of the NNPP in the just concluded polls to concede defeat rather than heat the polity with sponsored protest. PDP condemned in protest purportedly staged by NNPP members at the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Abuja. The protesters demanded, among others, an outright cancellation of Taraba polls. While addressing the media in Jalingo, the party PRO in the state described the action as uncalled for and provocative, since there is constitutional process through which they could address their grievances. He further described the protest as a brazen affront on democracy, adding that Taraba electorates are prepared to defend their votes.
Taraba is a peaceful state. In fact, he has that option by the electoral law to go to the tribunal while demonstrating in Abuja. I think I should say at this point that if he wants to instigate some section of the state against constitutional authority, we will hold him responsible for any form of breakdown of law and order in Taraba State.
To other parts of Africa, so far, 10 people have been confirmed dead from the Marburg virus outbreak in Equatorial Guinea. Last week, the World Health Organization, WHO, called on the country to report cases of the virus because of fears of more widespread contamination than previously thought. The UN agency was alarmed at a potential large-scale epidemic which could affect neighboring Gabon and Cameroon. There is no approved vaccine or antiviral treatment for the virus. However, supportive care, oral and intravenous rehydration, and treatment of specific symptoms increase the chances of survival. Outside Africa, Israeli police clashed with Muslim worshippers on Wednesday as they tried to clear the way for Jewish visitors to enter Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque only hours after they attacked dozens of worshippers in a compound before dawn. The morning's attack, which was said to be a response to rioting, sparked protests across the occupied West Bank, and the Israeli military said 9 rockets were fired from Gaza towards Israel after sirens blared in southern towns. Palestinian groups condemned Israel's attacks on worshippers, which they described as a crime. In business news, capital imported into the country recorded a 4th consecutive quarterly decline to $1.06 billion in the 4th quarter of 2022 from $1.15 billion in the 3rd quarter of 2022. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) Capital Importation Report for the 4th quarter of 2022 showed that capital importation fell quarter-on-quarter by 27% to $1.6 billion in the 1st quarter of 2022 from $2.2 billion in the 4th quarter of 2021. In the 2nd quarter of 2022, importation fell. In the 4th quarter of 2022, importation fell by 7.8% to $1.06 billion. The MBS stated that in the fourth quarter of 2022, a total capital importation into Nigeria stood at $1.06 billion, lower than $2.2 billion recorded in the fourth quarter of 2021. The largest capital importation during the period was received from auto investments, which accounted for 65.2% of total capital imported in the fourth quarter of 2022. In entertainment news, Afro-Fusion artist Benson, formerly known as Buju, has said the beef between him and his colleague Ruger is just a game. In a recent interview, Benson said they are both cool now, while admitting that it was initially a problem of ego. The finesse coroner said in the music industry, it is difficult for singers to rely on just their music, stressing that controversy promotes longevity in the industry. In sports, the Super Falcons opened a camp in Antalya, Turkey on Tuesday night ahead of their preparation for the international friendlies against Haiti and New Zealand. 9 players are already in the team's camp, with more expected today. The players include Yewande Balogun, Regina Otu, Esther Okoronkwo, Onome Ebi Atim Iene, Abiodun Deborah, Halima Tu Ayinde, Viviane Kechuku, Glory Ogbonna. The 9-time African champions will take on Haiti at the Emir Sports Complex in Antalya on Friday, as they will later lock horns with New Zealand at the Modern Sports Complex, also in Antalya, next week Tuesday. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex TV and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Obiabo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good afternoon.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional by improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, to embrace savings, embrace financial wholeness, wellness, right, and then we don't limit it to you alone. We believe that the woman breaking her back in some far-flung village in Zaria, for instance, should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her, her family, her community for better livelihood. So we extend our credit to, we extend our personal finance, considering the digital divide in language base. So that way you've equipped her and then she can participate in savings. And then, do you understand? So you're not managing poverty here for women, right? We are giving them, a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, oh, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. Let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not, why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important, and I've always been very impact driven. So it was just important that, I started doing a lot of research. So I realized that a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, oh, this is the number. Oh, Nigeria is the only West African country on the priority list of financial exclusion, right? That is for gender rights. Ghana was there before, Ghana moved on. Then we are there with India, Bangladesh, and all of that. And we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talents to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, capacity as a country, raising talent, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses. So, but I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just, shut when it comes to funding, but we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, individual investors, and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Sholape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that, our goal is that in the next 5 years, base case, right, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and its measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face, because a lot of us grew up, resilience, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So it's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard. Trust me, because I say, especially the infrastructure. You're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now. Then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still wake up and feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that it gets to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And, but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I would say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome, right? And that is, you see parents saying, I want more girls because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, what's their pension? All of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. So all of these things are generational challenges that has plagued the African child, but more the African girl, because you are the Ada, you are the girl, you are the one who's, supposed to be very nurturing always. But hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge. And that's why we say be grounded with financial, in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? That's how you can, talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes, they don't, you know what they say about this thing that say, lean on me, no be press me die. So they don't lean on you and then, want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound. And those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, like Harvest. And like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of Harvest is, is mind shifting, and every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
Now, since her appointment as Executive Secretary of PITAD, that's the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate, on the 6th of October 2016 till she left office on the 20th of August 2019, my guest today has served Nigeria and President Buhari's administration in 2 further capacities. She was appointed Minister of State for the Environment on the 21st of August 2019 and subsequently the Minister of State for Niger Delta Affairs. That was from 13th July 2022 till date. And she hopes that her service to the nation will align with one of her favorite sayings by Thomas Paine. Quote, "The world is my country. All mankind are my brethren, and to do good is my religion." End of quote. Minister of State for Niger Delta Affairs, Sharon Ikeazo, joins me on the program today. Thank you very much for speaking with me today. I wanted us to start, where you started as Executive Secretary of PITA, that's Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate. I wonder if you know how people miss you in PITA. Many of the pensioners think that the president was wrong to remove you from there, even when you try to rationalize with them and say, moving from there as Executive Secretary to Minister of State was a kind of promotion. They were not having it. So I wonder if you know how much you are missed in that place.
I actually do, because I'm still in touch with every pensioner.
Wow.
Because even when I moved to Ministry of Environment,
yes,
the environment affects the pensioners.
Right.
So I was in touch with them. And I assured them that I had left a strong institution behind. So all the changes that we had made and the improvements we had made would continue, and I'm glad PITAD has continued without me there. Yes.
Okay, so tell me what you would consider to be 3 major things that you achieved in PITAD that turned around the way we administer pensions in this country.
Okay. Let me explain to you. Under PITAD, the pension scheme that we run is the defined benefit scheme, while PENCOM runs the new pension scheme,
right,
which is the contributory pension scheme.
Right.
So this old defined pension scheme had been fraught with a lot of fraud. I mean, you're a media person.
Yes.
You know the outcry from pensioners. So what we did was to revitalize the whole system, digitize it, clean it up, and restore hope in the pension system, and also restore hope, restore confidence and trust in government by the people. And how did we do this? We started with the pensioner engagements in the 6 geopolitical zones,
right,
and we got to know what their issues were.
Okay, before you came in, I understand that only one geopolitical zone, I think the Northwest.
Northwest, yes, I'm getting to that, yes. So we now started the verification of the other 5 geopolitical zones. And our method of verification was new as well to the pensioners. We restored their dignity, and we did it with empathy. These were pensioners that would line up under the sun. Some would sleep in the state where they've come to do their verification, which may not be their state of residence.
Yes.
But in this case, we went to their states. And in those states, we rented halls, air-conditioned halls. We gave them water, and we served them lunch for verification. Those who could not come out to verification due to old age or infirmity due to ill health.
Yes.
We went to the hospitals to verify them. We started a mobile verification system because we had a department that we empowered to do that, the Pension Support Service Department.
Yes.
So you call in with your complaints, you write in, and tell us of your infirmed aged person who cannot come to the verification. We actually go to them to verify them. And we've gone to a lot of remote villages across Nigeria.
So the picture we used to see, you know, in those days you come into Abuja or some of the states, you see people, pensioners is gathered somewhere, and they're there under, come rain, come shine, you know, exposed to the elements. We don't see that again.
No, we eliminated all of that. Because we have built that trust that do not come to us, we will come to you. And we had a call center where they could call in as well through the phones.
Right.
So that's one of the things we achieved, that verification. Then the second one was the digitization of the system and the elimination of fraud. So you could not have multiple pension registrations. You know, we had cases of where people will bring in fraudulent documents.
Yes.
And be registered, claiming pensions, yes. And we were using, and also we were using the government integrated information system, GIFMIS, financial system, GIFMIS.
Yes.
So these payments were now being made directly
to
the pensioners' accounts. And BVN helped as well, because with that BVN, we cleaned up the inherited pension data that we had. And we found multiple accounts for one pensioner. So all this we eliminated so that the rightful beneficiaries would receive their pensions.
Yes.
And that has been running extremely well. The third one was to do with the staff of PITAT. When I came in, a lot of the staff had not been confirmed. So
when you say confirmed, their appointments?
They were appointed, but their appointments were not confirmed because they hadn't gone through the civil service processes. So we now went about that, where we had a staff audit, had exams for the staff to get their promotions done, and those that were not confirmed were now confirmed. And through that as well, we eliminated a number of fraudulent staff that shouldn't have been there. Then also the standard operating procedure for the agency wasn't in place. So we put this in place as well. So PITAT has a standard operating procedure, and the staff were all confirmed and have their career progression. So they were very comfortable and happy working with PITAT, and we're now more dedicated to their job. Apart from the staff, we also had the Anti-Corruption Transparency Unit. in Pitad.
Because I know that I think a few of the members of staff were prosecuted for trying to have one-up over some of the pensioners.
Yes, with the information they had, they were now trying to demand money from pensioners. So we had an aggressive campaign with the pensioners that pension payment is free. Do not pay money to any staff. Then even in Pitad, we had staff from the Accountant General's office, the Auditor General's office, in there as well. And I remember we prosecuted one of them, that we proved a case of him demanding money for pension payments and receiving money as well.
So demand and receiving. All right. So, you know, we've always had stories about how people wait in vain for their pensions. They die, and you know, even their next of kin don't get any pensions. What groups of people were you able to satisfy in that respect? You know, people who had lost hope that they would ever get their pensions.
I'll give you one example. There was an elderly man who had worked under the government of Sardauna.
Sardauna?
Yes, that was how late it was. So during the period of the inconsistencies in pension payment and the fraud and all that, he was dropped from the payroll. So when I came on board, one of his grandchildren got in touch with me. He lived in Minna. And I asked how old he was. This man was in his 90s. So luckily, I had made it clear to the Pension Support Service, our priority are those from 80 and above, so we do not waste time.
Yes.
So I got a team together for them to go to Minna to verify him. I gave the instruction on a Monday. Tuesday morning, I asked if they had gone. They said, oh, no, ma, they were waiting for their payments, their, you know, travel allowance and all that. I said, no, this is not the time for travel allowances and all that. If you have to go, you can take my car and drive straight to this man and get him verified. And I made sure they did that. The following day, they reported back to me that they had verified him, the man. And I asked them, please accelerate his payments. You've verified all his documents and all. And luckily, for me, this payment was made before the man died, few months after this man died. And I called the same staff that went for verification. I say, you see what the cost of delay would have been? This man would have died without receiving his pension. Though by the time he received his pensions, he wasn't speaking anymore due to stroke and infirmity and all that. But his family said to me, the joy in his eyes.
That his country hadn't forgotten
him when they showed him that alert on his phone that these are his accumulated pensions. So to me, that was one of the most satisfying jobs I've ever had in my life.
And the Biafra soldiers as well.
Okay, these are we call them the war-affected police officers.
Right.
You know, after the war, the policemen, war-affected police officers actually, AWAPO. After the war, there were policemen who were on the other side and the military who were on the other side. Though Pitad didn't handle military pensions, we handled police pensions. We have a department of police pensions. And they had been agitating for their pensions 50 years after the war.
And there was a no victor, no vanquish.
No vanquish, that was what
policy.
That was what General Gawan came up with.
Were they being punished?
They were not being punished. I would just say bureaucracy and prioritization of areas that we administer.
Yes.
And again, I've always believed that in governance there must be empathy. It's key. Every policy we come up with there must be empathy.
Yes.
Because this affects the lives of our people. So they made a presentation to me, and I wrote to the President Muhammadu Buhari.
Yes.
And he approved for us to put them on the payroll. This was a major milestone. The joy on the faces of these elderly men and women. Because when they came to me, they said to me, the money might not be much, but if they are paid this money, it will show that Nigeria has actually forgiven the war and integrated them back, that they now belong to a one Nigeria. And I'm glad we were able to pay about over 400 of them who were still alive, then the next of kin of the others.
How do you know the real next of kin? When people...
Usually when people register for pensions,
yes,
like if you go to the bank or you're registering for anything, they usually ask you for your next of kin.
Okay.
So it's on there. And it's those next of kin that notify us of the death of the person.
Okay, so the next of kin normally would get the pension if the person has passed on.
Yes, when the person has passed on, we take the person off the payroll. Then what else that is due to the person is now paid.
But
the death benefits and all will now be paid to the next of kin.
Okay, and that terminates...
That terminates the pension. The next of kin are not a monthly pension.
Okay.
Yes, they just get the terminal benefits.
What is the essential difference between what you did or what Peter does and what PENCOM does?
What Peter does is that the defined benefit scheme, the federal government bears the whole of the pension payment. What PENCOM does, contributory, they deduct from wages.
Okay.
Yes, like if you are working now,
yes,
deduct from wages and keep for you. Yes, they have pension agencies that handle it for you. You have your PFAs, your pension fund administrators that handle it. So for government, for PITAD, ours is outright payment. Government bears the burden of all that. That is why PITAD is called transitionary, because everyone will now transit. When the last pensioner dies in PITAD, contributory pension, yes, through the Pension Reform Act, that was the...
You can't claim the two, can you?
You cannot claim the two.
Fraud.
That is why verification is key. Verification is key, and having a clean, authenticated database is key. And this is one of the major things that PITAD achieved, having a clean, authenticated database with backup.
One of the things that caught my attention was the fact that during some of the verification, I actually saw you on the field, you know, verifying some of the pensioners. I thought, you know, you'd be in your office and the field staff would be doing that.
No, any chief executive who is not out in the field with their staff, encouraging them and supporting them, is not worth his assault.
And you verified people in hospitals as well?
Oh yes, that was a mobile verification. Most of that I enjoyed leading, to go with them to the hospital to verify them, to save their families from carrying them out in stretchers, which was what was happening in the past.
Before.
Yes, and they losing their dignity. You know, some come with urine bags and all that, and all that.
Stuff.
And we said no, we have to restore the dignity of our pensioners, and I'm glad we did.
Were you happy to leave Peter?
I would say
pensions, that you know,
you're
just as passionate.
It's not just pensions. I knew nothing about pension before I went in.
Yeah.
I'm just passionate about fighting injustice in any form. So the same way I was passionate about doing the right thing at PITAD, it was the same way I went into environment.
And the same way you've come into Niger Delta.
The same way I've come into Niger Delta. Yes.
Right, so we move on from PITAD. You served there from 2016 to 2019, and then when President Muhammadu Buhari won a second term, you were now appointed Minister of State for the Environment.
Yes.
You resumed there 21st of August 2019.
Yes.
Now, do you ever get a feeling or feedback from Nigerians who feel that these issues of the environment, you know, our misuse of it or our abuse of the environment is not their concern? As we say locally here, waiting consign me with climate.
Yeah, I do get a feedback because I'm a people's person, so I'm always out on the street and on Twitter, and I engage a lot with the youth.
Yes.
Then, of course, my network of pensioners, I engage with them. At first, the word climate change sounded very strange and far removed from them. But when they started seeing off-season flooding, off-season rain, the drought and all, majority of our people live in the rural areas and they depend on the land. They've seen changes in the land that is now affecting their yield from agriculture. Then I realized this must be what we're talking about, that is climate change.
Yes.
So they are very, very aware of it. And I'm proud of our Nigerian youth who have formed themselves into pressure groups, NGOs, and they're working with the local people on how to adapt and mitigate the effects of climate change.
Yes.
And government has been proactive. The Ministry of Environment has been proactive as well through majority of our agencies, like the Forestry Department, the Flood Control, Erosion and Flood Control departments. They have been working closely with the people, educating our people that climate change is just not a foreign thing. It's a global thing. It affects everyone. And we have seen it clearly. So there's a general acceptance of it.
But you've had to kind of localize the aspects of climate change that affect us.
Yes.
You know, not everything that happens, for instance, in Europe, you know, is the same thing that is not the same thing that happens here.
No, but funny enough, when you're talking about what affects Europe, you find that Africa, we in Africa, the global south, suffers the impacts of climate change more than Europe.
How?
Drought. From the northern parts of Nigeria, you can see it's arid land. Then all of a sudden, you're getting floods. These are things that we're not used to. Then in the south, we start getting less rain and the land drying up.
Bodies of water reducing.
Bodies of water reducing. So our people are very much aware that this thing is local as well as being global. So the agitation now is, how does government help them to adapt? How does government help them to mitigate against those things? So that is where the Climate Change Act
comes in.
And that is a very proud moment for Nigeria. And it's one of the things the president will be remembered for forever.
When he leaves office.
When he leaves office, he will never be forgotten for that singular act of signing the climate change bill into law.
We'll take our first break now. When we come back, we'll start from that point. Why was it so important that the president signed the climate change bill? So join us again after the break. Welcome back. Now, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the climate change bill 18th of November 2021. Why was it so important for him to sign that bill? I mean, in the light of what you said earlier on, that he will forever be remembered for signing that bill into law.
You're well aware that the impacts of climate change are life-threatening and livelihood-threatening for our people. So having a legal framework to tackle climate change shows the seriousness with which the government of Nigeria under President Buhari takes the livelihoods of our people and their lives and climate change issues seriously. Because with that law now, it will be a coordinated approach, bring together all the different policies, adaptation policies, mitigation policies that different agencies of government, especially the Ministry of Environment, have had in the past. And now bring it all together and have a legal backing and now integrate climate change into most of our development policies across all the sectors, from transportation to housing to agriculture.
So
and of course
there's
environment.
no sector now that has any excuse to not recognize and integrate, you know, those kind of mitigating policies
and adaptation, yes. into it. I mean, majority of them are all part of the Climate Change Council, which the president recently inaugurated, and that's another major milestone.
He chairs that council.
And he chairs that council, and after him, the next president will chair that council. So we are now assured of an integrated approach in tackling climate change issues in Nigeria, and we hope it will translate into budgeting for climate change, and not just climate change as well, budgeting for biodiversity restoration.
Okay, and that brings me to the word biodiversity. I hear that word from you a lot. You use that word a lot. What does it actually connote?
The biodiversity is makes up our ecosystem, the air we breathe, the plant and fauna. You talked about wetlands when we talked before coming on camera. The animals, the oceans, this is all part of our biodiversity that gives us life. So we have to protect it. We're talking about climate change. What is climate change? What is causing climate change? So biodiversity and climate change are intertwined. We're talking about reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. What is the best way to reduce those greenhouse gas emissions? We turn to nature. So in a way, biodiversity is nature. Nature has the solutions. The trees
that we plant,
the plants that we plant, the mangroves, these are all carbon sinks. The more we have of that, the more reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions. Put it in layman's term. And again, our livelihood depends on the biodiversity. Our people are fishermen, our people are farmers, our people are hunters. Although that hunting one has another angle to it, preservation of wildlife. Yes.
So that they don't
So that's
go
biodiversity.
extinct.
Yes, so biodiversity is important, and under President Buhari, a lot has been done on that. And incidentally, he's the president of the Pan-African Agency for the Great Green Wall.
Great Green Wall.
Yes.
I think that was a 2-year term.
It's a 2-year term.
It was appointed in December
December
2021.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a climate change fund?
Yes, there's meant to be a climate change fund that will be managed by the Climate Change Council.
Right.
And that is why the Minister of Finance and Budget is a member of the Climate Change Council. Because in our budgeting, we have to take into consideration the effects of climate change on not just our livelihood, but our production cycle as well, and the lives of our people. So it's very important that they are all part of it, and the private sector will be involved, because tackling climate change requires a lot of money, and we cannot keep on depending on international aid. If we look inwards, we can do it as well, and that's where we talk about valuing the nature, valuing our biodiversity, valuing nature. You've heard about carbon trading?
Yes.
You've gone to the Niger Delta? You can see the vast expanse of mangroves. I think Nigeria has the world's third largest expanse of mangroves.
Yes.
This is money. So this is one of the things that we had started in the Ministry of Environment, to get the governors and the commissioners of environment in the 9 Niger Delta states to understand the value of what they have in nature.
Okay, so let's look at the World Climate Change Vulnerability Index. They say Nigeria is one of the 10 most vulnerable. We have a high human vulnerability to climatic hazards due, they say, to our high dependence on climate-sensitive livelihoods.
Yes.
Expand on that.
Okay. Climate-sensitive livelihood. Farmers. They depend on the rain for their crops. They are farming season, they try. And that's one area where I would say under President Buhari, a lot has been done in that aspect. There's been areas of climate smart agriculture being taught to the rural people. Even in our collaboration with NIMET, which is under aviation, there are climate forecasts help as well to let our farmers know.
And to plan properly.
And to plan properly. And as I had said to you earlier, majority of our people are in the rural areas.
Yes.
They depend on the land for their livelihood. So if the land is now affected by the climatic changes, what happens? So now you see why climate change efforts and having a legal framework is very, very important, and integrating it in our budgeting and our development plans will go a long way in saving the lives of our people. And remember the issue of, I always try and make this clarification, the issue of herders, farmers clashes.
Yes.
The cattle are moving, looking for water and better grass, and now trampling on
people's farms.
People's farms. I remember when I was in Pitad, driving for verification, I think from Gongola, see me saying Gongola, from Taraba.
Yes.
Taraba to Bauchi. And I noticed a lot of bridges, no water. So I'm like, why? In my mind, I'm like, why are they wasting money building bridges where there is no water? And I realized climate change, the rivers have dried up.
That's real.
That's real. It struck me. The rivers have actually dried.
So when we see people grazing with cattle and walking,
looking for water,
huge distances, you know, on the expressway, they're actually looking
for water and food for the cattle. So if that's where conservation comes in. It was one of the areas of priority that I tried to push when I was in the Ministry of Environment.
Yes.
We have to conserve our natural resources, like our wetlands. We have a lot of wetlands all over Nigeria. The last one I went to was the Nguru wetlands. It's a reservoir of water. Around it, people do their farming. Rice farming, it's in the wetlands.
Yes.
You do rice farming.
Yes.
So if we don't conserve these areas that are in our ecosystem, if they go extinct or disappear, what happens to our people who depend on this? Yes. And you see majority of the migration you see from global south, from Africa to the global north.
Yes.
Is due to climate change. Climate change is a migration issue as well. People can't farm anymore.
So they have to move to where they can.
Where they can survive, where they can have another livelihood. You know, so all these conservation programs, the land restoration programs that the government of President Buhari is doing under the Great Green Wall.
Yes.
The Akresal, then even the erosion projects that he's been doing in the southern part, as well under New Map, are all part of sustaining the livelihoods of our people. And I do hope that the next government that comes in will continue with these legacies, which are actually life changing for our people.
I suppose that's why your party is happy that they've retained the presidency, so you're guaranteed to continue some of these policies.
Yes, the bane of African development is lack of continuity. I mean, like when I went to Pitad, I didn't reinvent the wheel.
Yes.
I used the Pension Reform Act, which was my guiding principle, was the law, and I followed it to the letter to achieve those successes. So it's the same way as we have the Climate Change Act. We follow it to the letter and we'll achieve successes. So we're glad.
You've mentioned wetlands a few times. So
yes.
World Wetlands Day is the 2nd of February. It was celebrated 2022 on the 2nd of February. That year was the first year that the day will be observed as a United Nations International Day, following its adoption by the General Assembly in 2021. What are wetlands?
Wetlands are a body of water that houses a lot of plants and animals, not just fish in the water. Animals around, we have frogs, and animals come there to take water. Our people go there to make use of the water, not just the water, even the reed growing around the wetlands.
Yes.
Then rice farming is part of it. Then wetlands also play a very major role. And they filter the water that we drain, because a lot of waters come through the wetlands. So it's a major part of our ecosystem that we should try and maintain, because during the dry season,
yes,
a lot of people in the Sahel region depend on the water from the wetlands.
How can we promote the wise use of wetlands? In what ways?
Okay, well, while in environment, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation and some other NGOs had been partnering with the Ministry of Environment, where we go out to the rural communities in the wetland areas.
Yes.
And teach them the importance of not just the wetlands and what they can make out of it. So that has been going well. Even the reed from the wetlands,
yes,
they turn to briquettes for fuel. So there's a lot of there are a lot of resources that can be gotten from the wetlands. So the people are working closely with us,
on that.
even regulating the fishing in the wetlands as well.
Let's talk about plastic pollution. You had, while you were minister, inaugurated a project steering committee. I think that was in January 2022 to provide direction for the implementation of the marine plastic project in Nigeria. And Lagos State was the pilot state.
Oh, yes.
What is the marine plastic project?
Almost, I would say, about 60% of the plastic waste we generate on land find their ways into the waterways. And at the end of the day, the main reservoir is the oceans. And Lagos is a coastal city. If you go around Victoria Island, Ekpe and all, go to the shore line, you see the amount of plastic waste there. And it's affecting the life in the ocean as well. Affecting boats that have engines, the small fishermen boats that have engines. Our fishermen can't get fish because of the pollution. So it was a project we initiated with the World Bank. It's not just clearing the plastic waste from the ocean, but also creating a value chain
for it
from that plastic waste. And who better to be part of this? The Nigerian youth. So who have set up a lot of recycling plants.
What kind of solutions were preferred? You know, when you held that World Environment Day, the youth response was great. I remember that. Can you recall the sort of solutions?
I remember when we sent out flyers on Twitter.
Yes.
Twitter was very active in those days. We sent out flyers to the youth to come up with their solutions to plastic waste, and we had a few intergovernmental agencies like UNIDO and all, World Bank and co part of it, to make presentations. And I remember 3 that came to mind. One of them was a young lady out of Ibadan, or your state, who was using pure water sachets and cotton thread from waste as well.
Yes.
To make beautiful bags and clothes. She was weaving them. She's called Planet 3R. In fact, I have one of the bags here.
Yes.
Because I never forget her. That's one of the bags. Would you believe this is from plastic waste?
And
pure water
thread.
sachet. Yeah, and thread. It's like ashoke.
Yes.
You know, and throughout my stay in Ministry of Environment, all the conferences and workshops we had, we made sure we patronized her company to provide the conference bags. Then another young lady, she was now making interlocking bricks from plastic waste. Yes. Another one was recycling by shredding. He had the machinery by shredding the plastic waste back into flakes and now sell back to plastic manufacturing companies to reuse. So the 3 R's of plastic waste management is reduce, reuse, and recycle. So him taking it back into the manufacturing is reusing in a sustainable manner. So these are enterprises that we hope government will continue to support amongst, because we have a brilliant, teeming youth in the environment sector. In fact, in all sectors, tech everywhere.
Yes.
Our Nigerian youth are the best.
Join us again after the break. Welcome back. Now let's talk about this habit we have where we want to eat everything that washes ashore. You know, whether it's manatees or turtles or beached whales. It shows that there's so much more to do to educate our people, especially when they are consuming dead wildlife, not wildlife that they've actually killed or slaughtered to eat. What was the strategy there? How do you stop us from converting everything into pepper soup?
Like I've always said, in that battle to combat wildlife, it was another priority area for me in our bid to protect our biodiversity. We'll have to provide alternative livelihood for our people. I mean, the incident of manatee you saw.
Yes.
Usually people will just catch those things. It's food.
Yes.
And slaughter it without us knowing. But because of our awareness creation, they now realize that these animals are meant to be protected. So when a fisherman caught one, which was meant for sale or consumption, they now alerted our staff. We have a Nigerian Environmental Protection Agency, NESRIA.
Yes.
Contacted that agency, and the field officers got in touch with Institute of Oceanography. This actually happened in Lagos, I think, Ekpe area.
Yes, in the Ekpe area.
And they now went and retrieved the animal, explained to the people the importance of it, and put it back. But like I say, beyond educating them, what is the alternative for them? So that is where government, not just federal, state as well, needs to work closely with conservation agencies, governmental and non-governmental, to put hands together to create life. For instance, aquaculture is another area that we could use for alternative livelihood. Farm their own fish, farm their own whatever species of fish. Some have started with snail farming. These are some of the projects that had been done. Snail farming, grass cutter rearing as well, oyster farming. That brings us back to our mangroves, which is very important for oyster. Oyster grows more in the mangrove areas. So as our mangrove is depleting,
oysters are depleting.
Are depleting as well. Yes. So once we can have this alternative livelihoods for our people, we will be able to curb the illegal wildlife issue in Nigeria. And at the Ministry of Environment, while I was there, we were able to team up with UNODC and come up with a national wildlife strategy plan, which was launched and had the buy-in of a lot of agencies. Nigerian Customs is there because they are part of those that will stop the exportation of these at the port.
On that video, the rescued manatee in Lagos, I heard one of the locals there, I suppose one of those who actually captured the manatee originally, asking for money. How do you disabuse such a notion of wanting to be paid for losing what he considered to be a legitimate catch?
The way I see it is that we'll have to pay them to protect them. Our rangers are being paid. That's where community being part of that conservation effort is key. So our rangers are being paid at our national parks to protect our wildlife. So we should have community-based ones as well that will be paid to protect our wildlife, because we have to understand the level of poverty in the rural areas as well. So every conservation effort has to be community-based. They must have the buy-in of the local community.
And the pangolin, you spoke passionately about that.
It's another one that's almost going extinct. Which is so sad.
But it has, they say, much touted medicinal properties. in spite of it being a source of some diseases we find like coronavirus?
It's not us in Nigeria that know or talk about the medicinal values. It's China. That's the main culprit.
But we eat pangolins here.
It's all part of the bushmeat consumption in Nigeria. That
So
the
bushmeat
awareness,
is any
any
animal
animal that is in the wild, it's like game meat, that is in the wild. That's why I said for us to be able to stop it, we must give them the alternative. The pangolin awareness has caught on. So that is where my key is, that we must you take something from them, you must give them back in return. So there must be alternative livelihood, animal husbandry, fisheries. Give them alternative to hunting wildlife as well.
Your post now, Minister of State for Niger Delta Affairs, since July 2022. By the time you leave in May, you won't have spent 12 months. So I'm not sure if there's a lot for you to talk about in terms of what you've achieved. Obviously, you met something on ground. You're preparing your handover notes.
Yes.
So I know that there must be a plan. Knowing you, there will be a roadmap. So talk us through that. Okay. What, are you leaving behind in the Niger Delta Ministry?
Okay. In the Niger Delta Ministry, as the Minister of State, I just had 2 departments reporting to me. That was my area of oversight, should I call it, or supervision. One was the Economic Empowerment Department, and the second one was the Community Development Department. Yes. And of course, I came in with my experience.
Your PTAD and environment.
Yes, PTAD and Ministry of Environment.
Yes.
And the usual passion and empathy for our people. You come to community empowerment development department, what does the community need? So we've gone out to see what had been done before. One of the ones I went to see recently was in the Egbema or Haji local government of Imo State, which is the oil producing area. And we have a lot of youth restiveness there. It was a huge skills acquisition center, for training of the youth there in alternative livelihoods, which was key. And I've asked that they continue with that. In fact, they are working out their work plan for 2023. Then for the empowerment one, the same thing, skills acquisition, skills training for both the youth and the women. Then at the end of the trainings, they're given farm tools, light tillers.
I was going to say, is there a kind of starter pack?
Yes, there are starter packs,
right.
Farm tools, tillers and all, for them to continue with what they have learned from these areas. And of course we came up with, I could never leave issues of environment.
Yes.
We came up with the Niger Delta Climate Change Strategy Plan, because the whole of Niger Delta is based on our coastal region, and we have a lot of coastal erosion and flooding. So I hope that will be implemented as the new ministers coming.
Well, thank you very much for speaking with me today and spending an hour with me.
Thank you so much for coming.
And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Hydration is when you have enough water content in your body, then you're hydrated. And what is dehydration? Dehydration is the opposite of hydration. That's lack of water. And a lot of people are suffering from dehydration. Why are they suffering from dehydration? A lot of people find it difficult to drink water. It's healthy for you to get up in the morning and drink water, a glass of water. Cleanses your system. It makes you start on a good mood. It's when you take enough water, your skin equally glows. You know, your mood is well balanced. You're not feeling tired, because when you are dehydrated, you tend to feel tired. You tend to feel sick because your body is toxic. You understand? So your body is toxic, and things that are not supposed to be in your body are being retained in your body instead of it being flushed out. When you are properly hydrated, then you pee, you go to the toilet, you urinate, you sweat well, which is very, very healthy. In doing that, the excess things you do not require, the toxins you do not require are passed out from the body. So it makes you healthy. Watermelon is good. Watermelon has a lot of water. Pineapple is good. You know, you can take this fruit like cucumber. If you okay, let me just give you these little tips. You can do your mix your cucumber, blend your cucumber with watermelon, blend it with a bit of beetroot, add a bit of ginger to it. It will keep you very, very energized. It will keep you alert when you have your then add apple to it, because definitely apple is going to sweeten it up, but not too much. So you can add apple to it, but it's going to keep you energized for the day. Then another combination, like I said, is an addition to another combination that can give you enough energy for the day. You can have your kale, you can have a bit of pineapple, you can have a bit of so when I say a bit, it is now for you to come to us and ask us what the bit is. But so you have your banana, you have your kale, you have your pineapple, you can add a bit of chai seed to it. Blend is energy giving. Kale on its own is powerful. Is a power bank of veggies. Then banana is another. So you have your banana there, you have your pineapple, you have your kale, you have your chai seed. If you want, you can add a bit of ginger to it, depending on. But you're beautiful with that. Then you water, you're fine. Well, we need to have fruit in our life, because we don't want to go to the hospital.
they help fight they help combat diseases in the body. So you derive vitamins from fruits. Your body absorbs your food properly when you eat well, when you take in fruits. Your body metabolizes the food you eat. You're not constipated while you eat. Your body metabolizes your food properly when you take enough fruit. You have a very glowing skin when you take fruits. You have vitamins, it helps aging. Some of us that are tending towards, and we don't want to look old, take enough fruits. You'll be fine. Your face, your skin, everything will glow. You have to find out what that child likes. All children are not the same, so you need to know what that child likes. When you find out what the child likes, then you start mixing fruit together. Most children, not all of them anyway, they have sweet tooth. So it could be a combination of banana with some other things, But the first thing is to find out what the child likes. When you get what the child likes, then day in, day out, you introduce it into their meals. You can make it into smoothies. You can make it into juice for them because it's easier to take. When you make juices or you make smoothies, it's easier for them to take a whole lot of nutrients into their body within a short time. So I would talk from experience. If I want to, cucumber for example, not everybody likes cucumber because cucumber is tasteless. But for you to enjoy cucumber has high water content and is really good for the body. But for you to enjoy cucumber, you can combine your cucumber with other fruits that you love to eat. Take for example, some people like pineapple, some people like apple. Combine it with the fruit you enjoy, then you can make it into probably juice. You can juice it, you can make smoothies of it. You can make your salad interesting. When I say interesting, make your veggies, add some fruit to it. Add your chicken and all that, then add some fruit to it. Most fruit gives your normal vitamins. So I'm going to start with apple. Apple will help you with your digestion. The beetroot will help you with metabolism. Citrus fruits, lemon for example, cleanses your system.
Than anything else. In
fact,
if you look at a house now on average, you see people buying flats for 35 million and above. If you are spending $1 million a year, you will take care of some people from childhood to they're 35 years old with $1 million a year. So you see that your investment in buildings is actually much more than anything else.
It's probably the largest you ever do in your lifetime.
Your lifetime. That's the truth. So you need to do it well that it becomes a lasting investment.
Not where you live and in another 5 years you choose, probably you have money at that time in your lifetime and you decide to build a mansion of 10 bedroom apartment, 4 living rooms, 3 kitchens, 20 bathrooms. And you want to sell at some point you have a problem. Well, this is life. Life can happen.
Yes.
It's going to be very difficult
very
to sell that kind of property. But at the same time, if I have the money, I want to enjoy my life.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Hello and thanks for tuning in to Space and Style. I am Olamide Onipade, your host on the show that illuminates various issues surrounding real estate, architecture, interior design trends, and much more. Today we're going to be discussing how to estimate the cost of building a home. It is very important and you should never ever underestimate that fact. And in addition to that, we have an interior designer who will be giving us some design tips. And lastly, on the artisan spot, we have, as usual, an artisan discusses craftsmanship with us. Welcome to the show. But before we go into the main part of the discussion, please stay tuned. We're going to come back in a moment. Thank you for staying with us. I am joined in the studio by architect Ladi Luis, a chartered architect and the principal partner of ASDEC ASC Design Consultants. He was the chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, the Lagos State chapter. He has designed and supervised over 50 projects and still counting. 50 projects. And as I said before the break, he's going to be educating us on how to estimate the cost of building a home. Thank you very much for coming again.
Thank you very much.
Do you know you were the first guest on this show? And you know, so you're my go-to person. Yes. I said, no, I have to call her. And your swiftness, you answered me and said, I'll be there. So I'm really grateful. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Yes. Such a short notice, and you're still here. So to going into the main discussion, where do I start from when I want to build a home?
I think first and foremost, you need to start with a vision of what you want, what kind of lifestyle you want to live. That will determine the first steps you take. What kind of a building you want. And there are so many options. Do you want a bungalow? Do you want a block of flats? Do you want a standalone building? Do you want a building that you live in also earns you money as well? So you have a lettable space in it? Do you want a mixed-use building, something you live and work with, you work in? So the varieties are there. Are you want to be part of a community? Okay. Or you want to be...
But so what should inform that decision? Because, I'm sorry, yeah. I could want to live in a flat, yes. But indeed, I should be living in a duplex. Or I might want to live in a bungalow, but indeed my lifestyle. So how do I determine what is suitable for my lifestyle?
I would say, like, you determine how you choose a car. It depends on what you want. So you might look at where you're living currently. Does it meet your needs? Is that something you are looking at, or you've seen something else that fits your needs? I once designed a house for someone who had just had back surgery. And we had to tailor the design to fit into his inability to use steps and walk upstairs and, you know, be able to circulate around the space comfortably. I've had to do a bathroom for someone who is elderly, almost reaching the age of 80, and we had to take out all the existing bathtubs and make it a walk-in shower. And then make it sizable that if he lives up to another 10 years and he has to use a wheelchair, the space still works adequately. So these are extreme situations, but there are also situations where you need to look at your career. How much do I earn today? You know, how long is my working career life going to be in relation to my building? How many children are going to be part of the household? Do I have relatives living with me? A lot of questions need to be asked before a decision is taken. And most people don't realize that you spend more money building a house than anything else. In fact, if you look at a house now on average, you see people buying flats for 35 million and above. If you are spending $1 million a year, you will take care of some people from childhood to they're 35 years old with $1 million a year. So you see that your investment in buildings is actually much more than anything else. It's probably the largest
you ever do in your lifetime.
Your lifetime. That's the truth. So you need to do it well that it becomes a lasting investment.
Not where you live and in another 5 years you realize you have to move.
Yes. Or you have to pull down the building. And it's a source of worry for me today that you see some buildings, they don't last up to 20 years and they have to pull them down. And some of them are personally designed houses for clients who say this is the kind of house I want to build. They're ready to spend as much money on it. But the building is dated. It's limited to its use that any new person picking it up 10 years after probably will pull it down or, just turn it into a carcass and then remodel again. We are losing a lot of investment put into building materials. We are turning it to dust within a short period. So if you're going to do a house, make sure it's something that can last you your lifetime or you can hand over to others. And I always tell people, design what you can dispose of. That's another problem. Yes, you could need to convert your building to cash. If you build something that is not marketable, it's limited to just you and you alone.
Probably you have money at that time in your lifetime, and you decide to build a mansion of 10-bedroom apartment, 4 living rooms, 3 kitchens, 20 bathrooms. And you want to sell, at some point you have a problem. Because this is life. Life can happen.
Yes.
It's going to be very difficult,
very difficult
to sell that kind of property. But at the same time, if I have the money, I want to enjoy my life.
Well,
it is just one life.
Well, that's why some people would invest in things that others don't consider important, but they can afford to do it.
Okay.
But if you're starting off, you're a first home buyer.
Okay.
You need to be very careful. If you're a second, third home, fourth home buyer, you can be flexible, you can afford to play around with what you have. But you're a first home buyer, you get to look at things that you know you can hand over to the next generation.
So what's the role of location? Because I ask people, specialists like you, what should you be considering when you want to buy a property? And they say 3 things. And I say, what's the 3 things?
Location.
Location. Okay.
Let me tell you, one of the most important things here in Nigeria, in Lagos, is accessibility. If you can access your building, where are you living there? So the roads are not good, you can't drive your car there, it's a problem. But I've heard of people who would live in a place where they have to park some hundreds of meters away and then walk on stones to get to their house.
I went to a property. Somebody asked me to come and see a property, wanted to dispose of it, so I'm the lawyer in charge. And I went to the property and you won't believe, on a 200 square meters, he put 2 semi-detached property building on it, 200 square meters.
Wow.
In fact, there's no parking. And both have been bought.
Well, you see,
but the location is right.
Yes. You see, when people require spaces or require accommodation, if the location is right, they will live with the limitations. Some of the smallest houses you have are in Tokyo. And there are some on slim silver pieces of land, maybe just 5 meters wide, 6 meters wide, and they put a terrace house in it.
In Tokyo?
Yes.
I thought it was Nigeria.
They're very common in Tokyo, building very small apartments.
Why? Is it because they don't
Because the land space is limited and is expensive. And Tokyo is one of the most densely populated cities in the world. You also have such buildings in New York as well. And the popular brownstone in New York can have almost 4 or 5 floors on just a width of about 6-8 meters.
It all boils down to location. Location.
Now, I have talked about Lagos because we're all vehicular-minded in Lagos. That's one.
But that was foisted or not?
Yes.
We don't have options.
Then next is security. You don't want to live where you are not safe. And I've seen people build houses and not be able to live there. Some people build houses, the streets are flooded, they can't drive to their residences, they abandon it.
Okay, just to cut you, there's this area, I won't mention it, because I don't want anybody to come and flood my timeline. There's this particular area, at a point, people were moving there, building houses, and they live, and most of them work in the other side of, Lagos. Yes. And in recent times, you know what I see?
Yes.
They abandon the homes and come to Lagos to rent what's it called, the 1-bedroom apartment.
There is that trend.
What's the essence?
You see, I think people had this perception that, I need to live in a big house on my own. So I know someone who lived way, way, way out of town, and he had a driver then, so he would have to drive from that part of town to Lagos Island every morning and back in traffic. Now, a lot of what they're doing now is that, let me give an example. He was living somewhere around Ichibu. and he was working in Marina. So you can see the distance. Now he's built the house, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's attached to it.
It's attached to it. But what you discover that it's a nightmare, waking up in the morning to go to work, and then closing in the evening. And I see some people who live in Ikorodu who have to leave around 4 a.m. They'll probably get to Ikoyi maybe around 5, and then they sleep in the office till 8. It's become a lifestyle. Some do it from the Ekpe axis to Ikoyi or VI.
But I would even take it. No, but that Ekpe axis too. I was going to say that's an option.
But then see what's happening. Ebute now is becoming like a hostel for workers working in the island. So you see two-bedroom apartments. You get two-bedroom apartments being built all over the place in very tight sites. Overdeveloped, but those who live in it just want to take it for just Monday to Friday.
Okay, so what other areas should you be considering?
You should consider...
amount to the total cost.
Yeah, you should look at traveling distances. There is what we call transit-oriented development, which is not something we develop here in Nigeria, where when you build, you look at the mass transportation or mode of transportation required. So you develop based on the accessibility to urban transportation. So any building near a bus stop has higher value than one further away from it. So when you look at apartments online in the UK, sometimes we give you a distance to the nearest bus stop.
Oh, definitely. Even to
schools. Distance to nearest schools, hospitals, train stations, and all that. So that you use as a parameter for choosing a location. And those locations are much more expensive. In fact, in every part of design, you analyze location. So even in a shopping mall, the shops close to the entrance and close to the escalators and lifts.
Or even the ones on the ground floor.
Yes, attract a higher rent. You know, if you're at a corner that people have to traverse, it attracts a higher rent. So it's the same thing with a property. You know, and then what I tell people is this: you need to plan ahead. A building takes 1, 2, 3 years to put up, but it lasts decades. So do your planning well. Do your analysis well. It's not something you rush into, because once you've converted the money into solid brick and mortar,
it's very difficult to convert it back.
You can't take it apart. You can't move it. So you need to plan it well. So look at your plan based on a 5-year, 10-year, 20-year, 30-year rolling plan. Is it a building I'm going to use for this time period? Then I dispose of it or I let it out. It brings passive income to me, then I invest in something else. Or is this something I want to keep for a lifetime? So it's that planning that determines what you should do.
So who determines the cost of the building at inception? Okay, you would say you're an architect, but
no,
quantity surveyors would say
I would say it's the client. He has the budget. He knows how much he wants to spend. We're just going to tell him how he's going to spend it, how best to spend it, and what he'll get for it.
So what helps me to determine my budget?
Now, let me give an example. If you were in a mortgage economy, that will be determined for you based on your income. Because the bank is going to tell you how much do you earn. This is a percentage of income that you can put aside to pay your mortgage. So that's going to limit you already. But in Nigeria, we don't have that kind of restrictive systems that will guide us. So it's left to us making a decision as a client would. So a client would say, I like this kind of house.
Okay, so that brings me to this question. You see all over Lagos, you see abandoned buildings. Yes. Halfway, 5 years, 10 years. Yes. Then the the property owner will return to it. What is the safety concern for properties like that?
Once you leave a building exposed to the weather, a lot of deterioration will take place. So now it depends on the extent of deterioration. In fact, a building becomes safe when you close it up. So you don't have water and moisture coming to the building. Because once you leave anything to water, water destroys it. Water will soak into concrete, corrode the reinforcement. The reinforcement will rust and exfoliate and cause the concrete to break to pieces. So you see cracks coming up. that can occur.
So do you think there should be regulation regarding that?
There
should be a timeline of when you must complete
you must
it.
close up a building. If you close it up, maybe, it's closed up and, moisture and water doesn't get in, you can protect a building. It's roofed, it's covered. But once it's exposed, you see some of them with algae growing on the blockwork, and the blockwork starts to deteriorate. The plaster starts to spoil off, exposing other parts of the building. Water gets into the electrical conduit pipes, rats and other insects and rodents start, boring holes in different parts or chewing things. You are going to get a lot of deterioration. So that time frame is important, that you close up a building and you protect it. And you see, that's why you have to have a budget. So the budget, it depends on your savings, your source of income.
What about anticipated income? You might anticipate that, okay, take for instance, this building will cost me so amount of money, but in 2 years' time, I should have been able to make such money. And on the strength of that, you begin to build. That's
why you should also look at working with a professional. You can now phase your development, which is another aspect of development. We have what they call, phase development. So partial occupation can occur. So you're planning a building, you can decide to build it in phases, rather than focus on trying to finish the entire thing all at once.
And it would be habitual. You can
yes,
have it,
to
be habitable.
Yes. So you can design based on that. You can actually do a foundation, cover part of it, build a part of it. Foundation is still underground anyway, so we have a methodology of protecting it. So you simply build it in concrete, you can add a waterproof additive, you protect it. You can landscape over it, and then you open it up and continue your building much later. But you see, the planning has to be put in place. If you are expecting money, they tell you don't spend money. You don't have. So I think a lot of it has to do with, working with a professional who can guide you through the process. I give this example. You could start a house off and say, look, I can't afford expensive finishes, so I'm going to have a bare concrete floor. So the concrete floor is done polished, and you wax it, and you move into it. You plaster your walls, and you paint.
So what kind of design would you suggest that, what kind of designs are affordable?
Any design can be affordable. A lot of it will depend on, first, your budget. Now, I would not advise a client.
Somebody has told me about the shape of the land.
Well, yes.
Is it also a factor?
It can affect your costs, but not as significant as not planning well. I'll give you an example. If you want to build cheap, you're not going to go to a place where your foundations are going to be expensive. And it's a no-no already. Yes, the land will be cheap, but the foundation will be expensive. I've had a case where we did a geotechnical analysis of a site, and the result that came out was that we're going to do piles going 28 meters into the ground. Jesus. And they have to be 600 mm diameter.
And what's the cost of the land?
For a terrace unit there, it would cost close to about 10-12 million for just the piling alone. Now, you see, that is going to be a limiting factor. Now, if we did a bungalow, we would have to, we also work at doing some piling there too as well, because the soil is so bad.
So are you suggesting?
You have to sand fill. So when buying as well, to affect what will affect your budget, you've got to do all those analysis.
So I was going to say that. So are you suggesting that before you as an individual buy a piece of land,
yes,
you should do the soil test?
You should actually ask questions about the area, so you get to know generally what the topography, the soil conditions there before you go and buy. Well, before you build, you need to do a geotechnical test before you put anything physical on top of the land. Like if you generally ask anybody in Lagos now and you visit the place with a professional, they will look at the buildings. They will ask questions. What was used to build this building? What was required? There are things you can find out. So at least you have a general knowledge of what you're getting into. I've had a case where somebody bought a piece of land. By the time he was going to build it, discovered that he couldn't afford it. He sold the land because the foundations were going to be expensive. And he didn't feel that, look, he could sustain the expenditure. So he sold it and moved on.
So that's it. So the terrain of the land is a big consideration in estimating
there might even be land that is solid, but has a differential in level that will require concrete retaining walls, which are also going to be expensive.
How do you determine that at the inception?
It's only a professional that can do that for you.
So if I'm going to build a property,
yes,
a building,
buy even a plot.
Okay,
do an inspection.
So what is your advice?
What should I do?
So I don't fall into all of this trap.
Like there is what we call the stage 0 in the plan of work when working with projects. That's when you don't even know what you want to do, and you're just talking to professionals. So you can do that.
Who should be my first person? Should be the first person I'm calling?
Well,
an architect. I know you say.
Well, I would say an architect, but I also say an experienced person in construction.
Who could that be?
Could be anybody. It could be a builder. It could be a structural engineer. It could be a quality surveyor. It could be anybody experienced. At least that you should have friends who you can talk to. That's stage 0. It doesn't mean you have to engage somebody.
Okay.
But people you can talk to, you can run ideas with, ask questions. It's the person that doesn't ask questions always gets lost. You go along the road and you really don't want to ask anybody and you keep on moving.
But in Lagos, you get lost.
At least if you ask for somebody who knows.
No, you know what? When I want to ask people for directions, once I stop the car and wind down, God, please, if he repeats the name of that area. He doesn't know it. I just.
Of course, you know that he doesn't.
Once he repeats it, you say you are going to Adade Lola. Professor Minu. Yes. But unfortunately, we have run out of time. So I'm so thankful that you came on a very short notice, and I hope you come in again for the topic you just discussed. Well, you're still watching Space and Style. We have to go on a short break. Please stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment. Thank you for staying with us, and you're still watching Space and Style. Unfortunately, we have come to the end of the discussion with our guest, Architect Ladi Lewis. And trust me, whenever you're in the studio with him, you never want the conversation to come to an end. And I hope you've gotten a broader view of what to do when next you want to acquire a property. Coming up next is the design segment with Maureen Akike, a sales representative from ProBlind.
Hello, this is Marianne from ProBlind. I would like to welcome you to our stand that we are exhibiting in. Let me introduce the various products that we have and every person can benefit from because it's very useful and we all need it on our daily basis. We can start with the curtains. You can have different kind of curtains, sheer, main fabric or blinds. Both can be either motorized or manual. Okay, and they are suitable for houses, offices and many other places. Of course, we'll advise you to go for a blackout when it comes to conference room or to your bedrooms. Okay, this is our main part at ProBlind. Then we also do rugs. As you can see behind me, we have normal rugs that you can pick up and you can use in your house or in your office. And plus we have those custom-made rugs where you can choose any color you want, any size, and any drawing, okay? And we just do it for you as per your request. We also have other products that we are in, wallpaper, upholstery, and many other things. We can also give you a lot of advices on colors and on what to use. And our latest line is beddings. When we say beddings, we say duvet, we say pillow, we say bed sets, and many, many other things. Thank you for visiting ProBlind and well done.
Thank you, Maureen. And to end the show this week is the Artisan Spot.
Space and Style.
Majority of these boards are imported because they are not made in Nigeria. We don't have that kind of factory yet to make those boards. So majority of those MDF, HDF boards, they are imported. Then we can cut it, then put it into different shapes that we want. Actually, one thing is that there's a kind of perspective we have as Nigerians that we believe the white people can actually do it better than us. But with this, we have the cutting machine, we have the taping machine. There's nothing different. because actually the birds that we caught here are imported from those countries, and majority of those countries now, they are coming to Nigeria already to make furnitures for us here. So there is no big difference. Yeah, it's ideal that you learn it, because if you don't learn it and you just enter into the industry, there are so many things that you not really understand about the industry. Now, what we do here, we cut and tape here. They can actually do it manually also. So, but if you actually go to a school like a furniture making school or something like that, yes, you have a better idea and a better perspective about the whole thing.
Space and style.
I've come to the end of the show this week again. My name still remains Olamide Onifade, and I must thank you for watching. Until I see you again next week, this is Space and Style.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening. I am Kimberly Obiabo. This is the news update. A High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, has issued an order restraining the National Chairman of the Labour Party, Mr. Julius Abure, National Secretary Farouk Ibrahim, and two others from parading themselves as national officers of the party. Justice Hamza Muazu issued the restraining order on Wednesday while ruling in an ex parte application Argued by James Ogu Onaja, SAN, Onaja had in the application informed the court how the restrained national officers allegedly forged several documents of the Federal High Court, Abuja, to carry out unlawful substitutions in the last general elections. In a brief ruling, Justice Muazu held that the application and the supporting affidavits have a good case for the request to be granted. The judge subsequently ordered that all 4 people should immediately stop parading themselves as national officers of the Labour Party. The All Progressives Congress, APC, has condemned Monday's attack on Rivers governorship candidate of the party, Toyin Cole, and some APC chieftains on their way to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, office to inspect the certified true copy of the electoral documents ahead of its date at the Election Petition Tribunal. Earlier, supporters of the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, also chose the same day to protest at the INEC office, demanding a joint inspection of documents used for the March 18 governorship election. The protesters were reported to have raced towards Cole's direction, pelting him with pure water sachet and stones. Reacting to the attack in a statement issued in Abuja, the National Publicity Secretary of the APC, Felix Morka, condemned the attack, saying such barbaric acts have no place in a democracy. Morka called on the police to carry out a thorough investigation, which he said was a ploy to frustrate Cole and discourage him from seeking justice at the Election Petition Tribunal. Now, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Taraba State has called on the governorship candidate of the New Nigeria People Party, NNPP, in the just concluded polls to concede defeat rather than hit the polity with sponsored protest. PDP condemned the protest purportedly staged by the NNPP members of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Abuja. The protesters demanded, among others, an outright cancellation of Taraba polls. While addressing the media in Jalingo, the party PRO in the state described the action as uncalled for and provocative, since there is a constitutional process through which they could address their grievances. He further described the protest as a brazen affront on democracy, adding that Taraba electorates are prepared to defend their votes.
Taraba is a peaceful state. In fact, he has that option by the electoral law to go to the tribunal while demonstrating in Abuja. I think I should say at this point that if he wants to instigate some section of the state against constitutional authority, we will hold him responsible for any form of breakdown of law and order in Taraba State.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has asked the resident electoral commissioner, REC, of the INEC in Adamawa State to rescue himself from conducting the April 15 rerun governorship election in the state. The party made a call at a news conference addressed by the PDP National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, in Abuja. Ologunagba said that Ari's continued stay in office in spite of the party's outcry over his alleged complicity in the plots to manipulate the outcome of the state governorship election was unacceptable. The Plateau State Police Command has sealed the House of Assembly complex in the early hours of today. The command is yet to issue an official statement on the action. It said it is not unconnected to the crisis among members of the House of Assembly. On Monday, a court reinstated Yakubu Abok as the Speaker of the House. Abok, who was impeached on October 2021, had resumed duties with a few loyalists from the PDP and Labour Party. The House is divided into two factions, with one loyal to the current Speaker, Yakubu Sende, and the other loyal to the reinstated Speaker, Ayuba Abok. The remains of Senator Joseph Wise, the late Senate President in the Second Republic between 1979 and 1983, is yet to be buried. 16 months after his death, the Cross River State government had inaugurated a funeral committee to plan for his burial. A year after encountering the late Wise has yet to be laid to rest. The petition was raised by a lawmaker representing Cross River South, Senator Jesham Bassi, seeking the endorsement of the Red Chamber to take over the burial arrangements of the late Wise.
Observes that Joseph Wise brought a high degree of knowledge, style, pomp, and grandeur to the leadership of the Second Republic Senate. The Senate is worried that the remains of the late Senator Joseph, of the late Senate President, Senator Joseph Wires, is yet to be buried. The Senate is concerned that this delay is an embarrassment to the National Assembly and to the nation that he headed between 1979 and 1983.
The lawmakers have described the situation as not only appalling but a national embarrassment, calling for urgent intervention.
The mover of this motion, because I was deeply worried when I read on the pages of newspapers that there are issues, there are problems in respect to the burial arrangement of the Senate President of the Second Republic. It was very, very embarrassing for someone who sacrificed so much in running the legislature of this country at a time that we wanted to put in place a democracy.
In as much as we don't have such in Nigeria budgets, but we must take up this as a corporate social responsibility that the Senate must get involved. I think the Senate has to liaise with the government of Cross River State. I don't know whether this family has communicated officially to the Senate that they lost Senator Wires.
Why shouldn't the presiding officers of the National Assembly not have some medical support when they leave? This is provided for the president and the vice president, for the Chief Justice of Nigeria, all retired, for life. No, it's not about now. Actually, we killed it in our constitutional review.
To other parts of Africa, so far, 10 people have been confirmed dead from the Marburg virus outbreak in Equatorial Guinea. Last week, the World Health Organization, WHO, called on the country to report cases of the virus because of fears of more widespread contamination than previously thought. The UN agency was alarmed at a potential large-scale epidemic which could affect neighboring Gabon and Cameroon. There is no approved vaccine or antiviral treatment for the virus. However, supportive care, oral and intravenous rehydration, and treatment of specific symptoms increase the chances of survival. Outside Africa, Finland's outgoing Prime Minister Sanna Marin is stepping down as leader of the Social Democratic Party, she said on Wednesday, adding she will serve as a regular lawmaker in the newly elected parliament from next week. Marin told a news conference that she will start her work as a member of parliament next week, hoping to lead a calmer life. She added she would not run for president. Marin sought another term as Finland's leader in last Sunday's election, but her party came third behind the right-wing National Coalition and the Finns parties. In business news, President Muhammadu Buhari has inaugurated the National Council on Digital Innovation Entrepreneurship, NCDIE. The inauguration of the council preceded the Federal Executive Council meeting on Wednesday. The NCDIE, which is chaired by the President, has 13 other members, including the Vice President, Ministers of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Trade and Investment, Communications and Digital Economy, Governor of the Central Bank, among others. The council's establishment is based on the Nigeria Startup Act 2022, which was signed into law in December 2022. At the inauguration, President Buhari highlighted the importance in driving economic growth and job creation, as well as plans to consolidate on the gains recorded in the sector under his administration.
The council I am inaugurating today is a critical governance structure in the implementation of the Act, which will ensure that government agencies, entrepreneurs, investors, and support organizations collaborate with the startup ecosystem to achieve the goals of promoting the growth of a vibrant and sustainable startup ecosystem. In Africa, the startup ecosystem has also been growing at a remarkable pace. In 2022, African startups raised a record of 5.4 billion United States dollars in funding. Nigeria has been at the forefront of this growth, with Nigerian startups rising over 4 billion United States dollars between 2019 and 2022. I had earlier directed the Secretariat, the National Information Technology Development Agency, to commence the execution of the implementation plan it developed. One of the important aspects of the implementation plan is the development of the startup portal, which will serve as a platform that will drive the implementation of the Nigeria Startup Act 2022 and collaboration between all stakeholders.
In entertainment news, award-winning American rapper Busta Rhymes on Sunday night broke down in tears after meeting Nigerian singer Davido. The rapper met with Davido at his concert in New York a day after the release of his fourth studio album, Timeless. Busta Rhymes was among the celebrities and music enthusiasts that turned up to support Davido during his performance. In a short video making the rounds online, the American singer was seen tearing up as he emotionally hugged the OBO coroner. He hailed Davido for being strong before they both smiled at each other. In sports news, Alexander Ceferin bags a third term as president of UEFA at the meeting of European football's governing body in Lisbon on Wednesday. The 55-year-old Slovenian lawyer, who was first elected in 2016 following the downfall of Frenchman Michel Platini, will remain in the role until 2027. Ceferin's re-election by acclamation came after he fought off the breakaway European Super League project during his second term, and he will now oversee the introduction of a new format for the Champions League starting next year. Ceferin was first re-elected unopposed for a 4-year term in 2019. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Obiabo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good evening.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
We're at the pyramids of Meroe, the graves of the kings and of the queens of Meroe in northern Sudan along the River Nile. An empire which stretched from here in Sudan all the way to Jerusalem, to the southern Lebanon, where the 25th dynasty of the pharaohs was contesting the world with the Assyrians. So we're in a very, very historic place, in a very symbolic place as well for this ancient civilization of Sudan. What's not obvious is the diversity of the people, first of all, but also the diversity of the landscapes, from a basically tropical, full of water south to a desert. This is one thing. The other thing is also the depth of history. It's easy to hear that, yes, there are more pyramids in Sudan than in Egypt, but you really have to ask people and to read up in order to understand, if you're not a specialist of this history, in order to understand what this actually represents here. And it's not just the place we are here now at. Simply one of the great civilizations of this world, which has conquered and defended and conquered again and lost and conquered again big swaths of the antique world, and who has measured itself against the other big civilizations at the time. And somehow there is no way this cannot have an impact until today. And I think that's part of what you feel simply if you walk around. But you need to dig a little bit, or to travel a little bit to places where hardly ever anybody comes to, like the one we are here. The heart of an ancient super kingdom. In Sudan, you can walk in Khartoum at night, you can sit down anywhere, drink coffee or a tea, and nobody will bother. Not because they ignore you or they disrespect you, but they don't bother. You're just part of being there, and that's fine for everybody. It's this incredibly generous, open-hearted atmosphere of people who are just incredibly nice. I have not seen that anywhere else. And it's something I personally have the impression nobody knows who has not been to Sudan. You really have to be here to understand what it means to encounter people who are so at ease with themselves and that they can be so generous with everybody else. It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. We have seen over recent decades a brutal civil war in the south, which has led to the split up of the country in two. Then everybody is aware of Darfur, with untold suffering. And we are still in a situation where you have, both in Darfur, ongoing remnants of this big conflict. It's smaller now, but it's still there. And where you have, in the south of Sudan, in two states, Blue Nile and South Kordofan particularly, where you have a combination of displacement, refugees, and ongoing fighting, which continues to affect tens and hundreds of thousands of people in this country. Yes, we are assisting with food. Yes, we're assisting with health or education or bringing families back together. But in the end, it's about the dignity of the people. Where you see it maybe most, in the work we're doing here in Sudan, most immediately, is when somebody who cannot walk anymore because he or she lost a leg is then suddenly able to lead a normal life because this limb has been artificially replaced. And it's not artificial dignity, it's real dignity, but through an artificial means. So this giving back some self-respect to people who have gone through the worst in life is something which makes you get up in the morning and want to do more of that. What gives me, in the end, the biggest joy is to be able to make a difference for individuals, for an individual human being who is affected by a horrible environment. Yes, we do work for numbers, but in the end, you look at the difference you can make to one person and to these many one persons.
أنا ما يلي أري إذا خير إسحاق يلي أري بلتين إسحاق دراسان وحضور أكيد لا لدي رأي حضور أها نتاك كوري muddo badan aan tahay roogi iskoolaha ku dhakaday beritan haddii aan warbixin kooban siin ku sii degmada xudur waxyaabo ma jare iyo caanka ata nebida caanka ata taasoo oo soo jireen macnaha muddo badan iyo hahayti dad oo ammaanada ka fayl waaye beerajo beeraley waaye dadka beeraley boqolkiiba boqol beeraley lan hoolan qabnee beer qab wal argeen laakiin lan beeran qabna sidiisba ma jira beera ka noolin بلتين ما عنك إياه قالة حولها مدل إيرها قالة عنك إيه قالة إيد مين في شرط أنك هرمر سنين لين كتلاقذ إيرينكا هكيجة لو ذا أنك ير ما يكله لكتلاقذ شني لكتلاقذ ودن كان مالبك يسين باركتين أو كونفورتين يوغويك ميلول بلوكو استعماله ولو فيها أركتين ودن كان الله كساره waddankan isgaaraasan xudur isgaaraasan burburkii dhibaatooyin badan la kulmi khaasatan dadka oo dhibaatooyin kula kulmiya kumadhaay anna dawladda intii aan burburneeba dagaalada sokeynay bilowday daduna min sheegdo Soomaali oo oraad weligaanayn dhamarna dad soo deginyi daris aan hasta korni ilma adeer dad iyo in oo una markii hore Soomaali la haysanay walaalhayni macnaha isquracdaan isla qadayani ehelsho madihan weerareeron qabiilhan weerareen maalintaas ay ka dhabadanayd oo beledkii aan ka dhaladay ku roori la oo duqdi agag lagay la balaqaysadii alaabtay la qaaday gurigay la gubi waxyaabahaas tan ay ka yaab badanaay macnaha dabaatadii ninka humaytayna taas haytay xilligaasaan martay walla ama ban lahayna haroogni marka mucjizooyinkaas isku jaran mo rabbaani kullina hadda may ka cabaraan dunuub oo hor an galni madaas baadantii dhabkaninka dhinu ku hor una galni leeyna loo gooyay macnaha xaaladda xudur hadda eedaan faylata waqtigii hadda waqtiyaan yaandho waqtinin ku faylaba ma jira wadankan dayuuro ma koo jirna dayuurad oo dawladda lata ama hay'adda lata marmar koo jireen dayuurad bareefad ee la helay dayuuraha ka adeegdo hayna ilaa hadda intii oo ha ka nagdeen qof oo dhab laka deersay mase laka dili ma jara oo macnaha amaan humo ku dhiidi male marka alxamdulillah xilligan eedaan faylay walba problema ma jiraan eedaan faylay xilligan
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Cancer with Dr. Denise Ejo, CEO of Cornwood Cancer Foundation, in partnership with Plus TV Africa. I want to thank you all for joining us again today. I hope you have been enjoying yourself, and as we look forward, or we are in our electoral season, we look forward to God's grace upon each and every one of us. So let's talk about it. What is our title today? It's Childhood Cancers, the Journey and Support of a Lived Experience. This month is International Childhood Cancer. International Childhood Cancer Day was celebrated on the 15th of February 2023. It's a global collaborative campaign to raise awareness about childhood cancers and to express support for children and adolescents with cancer, the survivors and their families. Also, the day raises awareness for and honors all children and families experiencing the effects of the disease. It acknowledges their pain, their difficulties, giving them space to process and grieve. In the house today, I've got actually two people. Let's see if our second guest can join us. But as we start, we've got our special guest, Dr. Dr. Monet Kanwobi. She is an advocate for childhood cancers and has continually worked with them. Well, we have to remember that let's close the gap in cancer care to cure all children with cancer. I said it again, to cure all children with cancers. That's what we're going to be talking about. So let's look at what we've got. Dr. Nwobi is a seasoned and committed healthcare professional with extensive experience leading public sector on childhood cancer awareness, treatment, and care of children cancer warriors. Oh, Doc, thank you for this afternoon. Thank you for your time. Dr. Nwobi believes that every child should have the benefit of the best possible treatment at as little to no cost as possible. And she's passionately engaged in promotion of healthy lifestyle notification. Doc, I want to say thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thank you for your time. Today we're going to have a nice chat. I know how much work you've been doing with children, and unfortunately our survivor may not be able to connect with us. But then I know you can always talk us through the process because you've worked and lived with them and understand the challenges that they face. So let's look at it, and I'm going to ask you some questions. Are you ready for me now?
Definitely.
Okay. So let's look at it. First and foremost, from your experience of working and supporting children with cancers, can you talk us through your work, your work that you have been doing, and what impact you would share with us would say has made a difference?
Okay, I've started working with kids who have cancer since 2000 to 2003. You know, and that's almost like 20 years this year. But even before then, you know, having the passion to work with children and then seeing that most of these children, their parents had no idea that children can have cancer. Even now, we still have an uphill task trying to convince parents that children too can have cancer. You know, so that's actually how we started, trying to create awareness and then raise funds for children whose parents cannot afford the treatments. That's basically how we started.
That's a good one. Okay, so bearing in mind now, you see, one of the things we have to be very factual is that one of the things I always try to do is let us try and be honest with each other and be honest with the populace about this. Can you briefly tell us what you would say would be an average lived experience from your support work of a cancer patient? So how do you say, I live with the disease, so I know what it is like from an adult perspective. I don't really have an idea, and I always say to people, don't ever say you understand something if you have not sat in that chair, but you can at least give an idea of what you, from your work experience with them, what you would say is their lived experience.
The fear of every parent is, you know, not being able to do anything for your child. And of course, the word cancer is something that frightens everybody. Cancer in adults frightens everybody. Now, talking about cancer in one's child is something that is unfathomable. You can't even begin to think about having a child that have cancer. And then when you don't have the means to actually care for the child the way the child should be cared for, that, you know, also brings up another part of trauma or problem or challenge for the parents. Now, for the children, because most of them are too young to understand what is going on, and some of them are old enough. I mean, a child of, let's say, 7, 8, 9, 10 and above would know that there is something amiss, there is something wrong, you know, because of course we've seen, or usually the parents are, especially the mothers, are always crying, you know, and the child would perceive that it is because of me that mommy is always sad and always crying. As a matter of fact, I had a child, he was 7, and the child was so, you know, he was internalizing things, wasn't able to speak, to talk about what he was going through. Basically because he feels that if he talks about how he's feeling or what he was going through, the mother will become more upset. You know, so trying to get them out of that mood, to be able to speak out, because really, I believe that being able to talk about what one is going through would actually help give that person, you know, some help, you know. And we don't have that much of psychological treatments for our children and their families, because when cancer affects a child, it actually affects every member of that family, you know. So I was talking with this boy, and it was like that he's waiting for his own turn for him to pass on. I was quite shocked, and I was like, why would you say such a thing? He said, doctor, see, this person on this bed has passed. The other person on the other bed has passed. I'm wondering when it will be my turn. And I can't talk to mommy about it because it would upset her even more, you know. And then you talk about the financial burden that, you know, this brings on families. It's a huge challenge because it is not a one-off treatment. It's something that you know, one goes for treatment. The minimum, you know, period of time that one takes the treatment is slightly less than a year, and the maximum is almost like but even when one achieves cure, one still needs to maintain, one still needs to come up for follow-up. So it's almost like a lifetime thing. You can't just achieve cure and then dust your boots and say, okay, that's it, I'm going. I'm not going to come back for checkup and things like that. So that trauma is always like there. The psychological trauma, the financial trauma. And then one of the things that you see is that some of these parents, after treatment, lose their jobs because, you know, one person have to stay in the hospital with the child. Most of the caregivers at the end of treatment or within the treatment are asked to stop work because they are spending more time out of work than at work. You know, so these are some of the challenges that you face. And of course, sometimes even getting the medications is not as easy as one would expect. Oncology drugs are called orphan drugs because they are not as common as other drugs like, let's say, paracetamol or anti-malaria treatment drugs. So that's basically some of the things that some of the challenges that we face.
Thank you, Doc. Wow, you know, because I live with the disease, I can identify with everything you've just said. And it's very heartbreaking because, yeah, where do the parents come from? What are the children thinking? You know, maybe because I'm a teacher, I'm quite sad because children are the heritage of the Lord. That's my own view. And for a child to already accept such in a very early stage of their life is it's very heartbreaking for me. So, okay, so based on what you've just said, now you've just identified some challenges that cancer patients or their families go through with this. Okay, now you own a cancer foundation for children. And what was your particular interest? Why was it important to you? You know, when you listen to what the children have to say, I'm sure you will have sleepless nights sometimes. So why did you decide to go down this road?
Well, actually, while doing residency at Lutz, I met a couple of children, but the one that actually decided this for me was a boy. He was 2 years, 9 months, and I was just entering into the children emergency room, and the father had gotten, you know, because according to the father, he had malaria. He's been having malaria, you know. And after taking a history, I was like, okay, fine, yes, we'll investigate for malaria, but we'd also like to investigate for leukemia. And the man was so very upset. He was really angry. I was like, how can you say leukemia? Is leukemia not a type of cancer? And I'm like, yes, it is, but how can you say a child is not even up to 3 years and you're saying leukemia? And well, long story short, the child was investigated and actually had leukemia, you know. And I and this boy became very good friends. And after the first treatment, or after the first admission, we went home. and didn't come back until the day before he passed. Because I had gotten close to the family, I actually went to their house, and the father was like, "Look, we have sold everything we have for that first admission. We don't have money for this." And he's not our only child. We have other children, we have rent to pay, food, transportation, clothing, and other things. All the money we have had been spent on this one child. I'm taking him to church. And so he took him to church and was giving him a particular steroid, and the boy was getting big. And as far as they were concerned, the child was okay. And I didn't see them again until the day before he passed. So it was very heartbreaking for me, because I knew that, given a chance, he came in early. Given a chance, he could have survived. So I went around, spoke to some friends of mine, and we actually ready to pay for the admission, subsequent admission, but the parents were like, no, they didn't have any of that. And so that was actually how the foundation was started. And of course, the other children, one of them came from Sierra Leone, and because they couldn't pay the fees, they were in the ward each time, a new treatment starts. After the treatment, they can't go home because they are owing the hospital, and that was very, very saddening for the mother. The mother would sit down and weep, going on the internet to find out if there were any charities that could help their matter. We didn't see any, and so that was how we started.
Wow. Okay. Let me just say this, because me, I like to tell people the truth. This is my lived experience. I really want to appreciate you for doing this. More because I know what you're talking about, and I know the pain that we all go through. Wow. Okay. Let's take a break now, everyone, and then we'll be back. One of the things I've always found is that when you listen to the lived experiences of a cancer patient, it gives us all an understanding of what is going on in the minds and hearts of people that go through this disease. Dr. Nneka, thank you. Just hold on a minute. Let's take a quick break, and then we'll be back, everyone, to continue this conversation on the childhood cancers and their lived experiences. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for coming back on. We are discussing the lived experiences of childhood cancer. This month is World Childhood Cancers, International Childhood Cancers Month. So, and we're continuing our conversation with Dr. Nneka Nwobi, who is an advocate and runs her own cancer charity. So, before I even go very far, Doc, please, can you tell us the name of your NGO?
Children Living with Cancer Foundation.
Thank you. Please, I hope you heard what she said. She said, Children Living with Cancer Foundation. People like me will tell you what it means. Living with cancer is not an easy experience. I am deemed as an adult living with cancer. Thank you very much, Doc, for actually your work. Let's continue this conversation. So what are your views on the support process and guidance required to help families? What would be your support? What would be your views? Because you can't solve everybody's problem.
I think basically, Nigeria is a very, very funny place. Some parents don't even want family members to know that their children or their child have cancer. So they are missing out on the family support that they could have, And then, unfortunately, again, we have some adults that don't want to hear anything about childhood cancers. It's not my portion. I read it in Jesus' name and all that. So such adults, we've been to schools, because we feel that the adults weren't hearing us. So we took a message to schools to try to teach them. They will now take it home. Some schools were very receptive, especially schools run by foreigners. unfortunately. Some schools were like, we don't want our children to be burdened by the fact that these children have cancer and that they will die. That their children may be affected psychologically. And they weren't going to have us come to the school to tell the signs and symptoms of childhood cancers. Now, we need family support. There is not plenty palliative care for children who have cancer in Nigeria, because I don't think there's much palliative care centers in Nigeria. We are just starting in that direction, to build up palliative care systems and all that, putting it into the system that is already existence in Nigeria. So we need all that, because definitely some of these children come in very late, and really and truly there's nothing that one can do. When I say palliative care, I mean from the beginning. It doesn't mean that the child would die, no. But to help, from the word go, helping the parents to understand what it is all about. We also need to even teach the healthcare givers how to break this news to the parents, because it's not a news that you can just break like that. And you have to be certain of what you're talking about before you label the child, as having cancer. The support that we need is not a little thing, it's something that is quite large. We need the support of the healthcare system, we need the support of the educational system, the financial institution, the government. The government have to have the political will to recognize that children too can have cancer, and start putting in place steps that would help not just the children but also their family. Because like I said before, the families are quite affected. The parents, the siblings, the grandparents, their friends, everybody's afraid of what will happen with this child. So the support that the support system, is, I think, larger than what an adult would need, because the whole system needs to work in place. All we are looking at is this particular child. This child should have the best care. This child should have the best treatment. This child should have the best of everything to make the child have the best chance at survival.
Thank you. I've told you now, you have already hit me big time. So, this is childhood cancer period, or the period for this month. And we actually have the World Childhood Cancers Month in September. However, we have to recognize the closing the care gap for the cancer children. For this reason, I want to, if we look at the mortality rate in Nigeria, it's a lot.
Yeah.
On ordinary cancers, just everyday cancers, before we add on the challenges with children. And no matter how we say it, religion is not my portion, money. One of the things I will accept is that globally, the money issue is fixed. I think it's a global issue, it's a global concern. From based on my research now, you see, when you are in something, you start to know what's going on. If given a blank sheet of paper, and I ask you now, give me 3 requests that you want the government to look at. This is a period of change. We're in a period where in our electoral changing system, and you want them to say, look, we are still here, which is my campaign, right? What would you say? Can you give me 3? And when I say 3, I say for a patient, for the advocates, and for the medics. Because those are the main group of people that we work with.
I think basically for the patients, I know that elsewhere the treatment for children are either subsidized or taken care of by the government. So I ask that the government do same for our children. I'm not talking about the type of subsidy or saying that treatment is free, but then there is nothing that is in the pharmacy. Because we have instances where they say that the treatment for children are free, but when you get to the pharmacy, you request for this drug, is not there, and that makes it so hard because parents will now have to buy out of pocket, even gloves, syringes that is needed for these children's care. The government must have the political will to help these children. Yes, it's not something that is affecting adults, and because it's not affecting adults, it seems as if the children are forgotten. As a matter of fact, I went for a conference, a cancer conference, and a lady got up and was like, yes, this is about breast cancer, and because we love our men, let's talk about prostate cancers. And I was like, okay, so how about the children? I've been to a government interview, talk about childhood cancers, and they were like, okay, the money that they will use to treat 5,000 children with malaria or diarrheal disease is what they need for one child that have cancer. My Oga then was like, these people don't understand that one child is as important as the 5,000. And it is because it is not their child that they're talking that way. Now, the healthcare system we are a great people. We have so much knowledge here. We are still going, out and doing training and retraining to make sure that we give our children the best. To encourage doctors, nurses, nutritionists, to have more and more training and retraining. And then at the grassroots level, primary healthcare systems, to teach the healthcare workers there the signs and symptoms, so that once they see anything that looks like, it may not be, but it looks like, they should have a bell ringing in their head and refer that child as soon as possible, so that that child can have the best possible care, even if it is childhood cancer. So these are things that I would want us to see. And then, of course, the parents, like I said before, let them have job security, even at the end of their treatment. One of the things that we are looking at is to have these drugs made in Nigeria, so that the expense of having to import the drugs will be removed. Getting quality health medicines made in Nigeria would give us a better chance of survival too.
Dr. Nneka, I want to say a very big thank you to you. I think this conversation is going to be something we will hopefully continue. We've still got World Childhood Cancer Month in September, and maybe we will take it a bit more. Maybe we will have to work towards making that a time to really bring this back into the limelight, because I can't even talk about that because I live with the disease. I want to say let's thank you, Doc, for joining us this afternoon. Thank you for your time. Thank you for just sharing with us, just the small bit that you shared. I think a lot of parents will actually be very sad to realize that is this what this is all about, when you take things for granted and we don't know. We appreciate the management of Plus TV Africa for sponsoring this cancer awareness in Nigeria. And to all our viewers, we thank you for sharing the cancer episodes and all our programs, because the more we talk about it, the more people get to understand. Knowledge is very powerful. I don't think a lot of people realize that. Together we fight, together we win. You can join us on Commode Cancer Foundation Instagram page. I think we have a WhatsApp group. It's called Cancer Awareness. I think it's called Cancer Awareness. Anyway, we have a WhatsApp group. Our Facebook. Just check us. YouTube has all the videos. So this video will go on immediately after at the end of this. In the next few days, you should see it on for you to actually share it with other people and let people get to be more aware. Doctor, I want to say thank you. You can't imagine, you just educated me. See, this is one of the things I like about this. You all educate me. So thank you all for joining us this afternoon, this morning, this evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you, and thank you, Plus TV.
Governor Yahya Bello of Kogi has vowed to bring the perpetrators behind the attacks on the communities in Dekina local government area of the state to justice. The governor gave the assurance when he led heads of security agencies in the state for an on-the-spot assessment of the communities. The governor, who was represented by his deputy, Edward Onoja, described the attacks as barbaric, though not very frequent in Kogi state. Sources say that the invaders stormed the communities, shooting sporadically and burning hundreds of houses in the early morning raid. A chieftain of the All Progressives Congress APC and the Oganegu Ward Chairman, James Ada, was among those killed in the attack. Many residents are said to have fled the communities in the wake of the assault, even as it remains unclear what the reason behind the invasion was. Well, that visit by the Deputy Governor, Edward Onoja, to the communities will bring you that report now before I introduce my guest. Stay with us.
2018, we only passed through this place to a boundary community in Bassa local government. It wasn't as if something happened here in 2018. It happened in a boundary community but you have to pass through here to get there. And His Excellency came down here by himself. And for 4 years or 5 years, from 2018 to now, is 5 years, there has not been any of such incidents. And this does just happened. And as we speak, the military are fully on ground. From the very day that the incident happened, they even forestalled more casualty and more deaths. They've been on ground since then, and they will remain on ground. And just like the Commissioner of Police confirmed to you, more deployments by the mobile police and anti-terrorist squad would also be on.
That was Mr. Edward Onoja, the Deputy Governor of Kogi State, talking to us about the unfortunate incidents and what has been done so far. We're being joined right now by Kingsley Fanwo, the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Kogi State. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me, and good evening to viewers around the world.
Okay, well, there is that vow that perpetrators will be brought to book. We'd like to know the situation right now in Kogi State. How far so far?
It's a very sad one. I was on the entourage of the Deputy Governor to Oganenugu in the Dekina local government area of the state. And what we saw there was not a good one at all. But, you know, as the government, the primary responsibility of government, especially under the current administration in the state, is to ensure security of lives and property. We've been there on the instruction of the governor, led by the deputy governor of the state security advisor, all the security chiefs were all there yesterday to have a first-hand knowledge of what happened, and also work in synergy to ensure that future occurrence is abated. We know that we would get the perpetrators. We are never in doubt about that. Kogi security architecture is such that when you breach it, you don't go unpunished, because it is a very robust security architecture. And when you breach it like those people did and killed a few of our citizens, even if you kill one Kogite, the governor will go after you and ensure that you are brought to justice. We know that the security agencies, in collaboration with the state government officials, are gathering a lot of intelligence, and we are making progress. They will be apprehended. According to what the governor said, he's not just saying those words in vain. He knows, he understands his own security architecture, that we will apprehend them and will bring them to justice.
Just really debilitating. A full community or full communities, hundreds of houses as the report goes, and people who have been killed and all that. And we are wondering, what is the motive behind this? Has any wind been had regarding what the motive is and who the possible suspects could be?
Thank you very much. The community people felt some people, I will not mention them, some people orchestrated the violence and the maiming of their people. But we are going to follow the investigations very closely. We know that there are already clues, but we are leaving that to security operatives who are experts in dealing with those pieces of information and ensuring that they are processed into unraveling the mystery behind the dastardly act. So we will leave that to them. The motive, we will also leave that to them. But I want to assure you that we already have clues. We already have information, and we are going to ensure that the security agencies process this information and the perpetrators are apprehended and brought to book. What we saw there yesterday was mind-blowing. Houses were burnt, properties belong to the people of the communities, not just Oganenuge alone, local and some other communities were also attacked, and their houses were burnt, properties worth millions of naira were also burnt. So it's something that we will not allow it to just slide like that. As a government, we will ensure that we deal with this holistically and ensure that anyone planning such in future, we know that they will go the way of others. Like the governor will say, if they come in their thousands, they will go back in their zeros. So we are already on their trail, and we are very sure that they will be apprehended. Apart from our visit to the place, there was also a stakeholders meeting at the Palace of the Atta Igala, who is also the president of the Kogi State Traditional Council, where all the stakeholders, Mieti Allah leaders, community leaders, local government chairmen, officials of the state government, had a very, very fruitful meeting. And that has also given us a lot of clues, and the meeting was very helpful. And we know that apart from giving us the clues to be able to trail and apprehend the perpetrators of the act, it will also guide us in ensuring that we avert possible future occurrences.
Okay, we were all glad when we saw that Kogi State Governor has been doing a lot of proactive, taking a lot of proactive measures to make sure that the security is intact in Kogi State. And like the Deputy Governor said, the last time government official passed there was 5 years ago when a community at the border was attacked. And right now this is happening. Just before the elections, we saw that even a road leading to a community was excavated to prevent these bandits from entering some communities to go and cause havoc and all that. And then we get worried that this thing is happening at the twilight of this administration, which has been so proactive when it comes to security matters. Does it mean there has been a shake in the security architecture? Does it mean there has been a problem that has given room for these people to come and operate in their numbers in a community within Kogi that prides itself of being very security conscious?
Even in the best societies in the world, you have breaches of security. As we already told you, something like that happened at a neighboring community 5 years ago. We are having a repeat now. And what we need to do is to recalibrate our security architecture as a state and make it more robust, because even the criminals, they're also going into research on how they will beat the security architecture, of how they will beat the trap and be able to foment their criminal-minded plans. But that's not going to deter us from raising the bar. What we need to do as a government, which is also our responsibility and also why there is a government, is to raise the bar and ensure that they cannot catch up with our plans and our security architecture. We will continue to do this. As you are aware, Kogi remains one of the safest states in the country. It is not just about how we avert some of these things in many of our local government areas and many of our communities, but also how we respond to these issues. Immediately this happened a few days ago, the governor mobilized and rallied all the security agencies to be powerfully present in those communities. And immediately that was witnessed. Even the second wave of attack that was to be launched was abated by the combined military and other non-military forces that are there. So it shows that we are able to avert that, and we are able to save many lives that would have been lost to the second wave of attack by the criminals. So as a government, we know our responsibility is to secure the people, and the governor has never shied away from this. He has invested billions of naira to ensure that we have the best of technology and the best of weapons to be able to fight crime. And we will continue to do that.
How would you assess the level of response from the security agencies? Because some people complain. For instance, if I take Elder Leke Bejide, a frontline governorship aspirant under African Democratic Congress, who said that the response of the security agencies was very slow, that a lot of things could have been averted if they had come earlier and all that. Is that really the picture that we see from what happened in Kogi State, or was there a different thing that we need to hear about? He said the security agencies did not respond as quickly as they should have.
Thank you very much. I'm very sure Edaleke Abejide doesn't have more information about this than us. And what he has been able to do is to play politics with the blood of the people. I think a time like this requires all of us coming together, bonding together to fight the criminals. Whether you belong to APC, PDP, or ADC does not matter. What matters is all of us as a people, all of us as Kogi people come together to fight this criminality. Know that we will be trying to score cheap political points when we have this kind of bloodshed and the whole state is mourning. I think our politicians will be a bit circumspect and not throw everything into politics. I want to commend, on behalf of the state government, the promptness of the security agencies. I just told you they were able to move in swiftly within hours. And, you know, Oganego is a very difficult terrain. So for the military and the police and the DSS to be able to access that place so easily and so fast shows the commitment of the security agencies in Kogi State. When we talk about the success story of security in Kogi State, we are simply telling you how we have been able to work closely together with the security agencies to ensure security of our people. So this is not about politics. Politicians should come together. We are talking of the blood of fellow human beings here. They should not play politics with it. Both the military, the police, the civil defense, the DSS, all of them reacted promptly to avert further bloodletting. So we want to commend them.
Okay, that was going to be my second question, but I'll just go ahead and ask you still to expatiate on what you just said about collaborating with the security agencies, because if Kogi is this proactive and things get to be done the way they are done, we're wondering what you do differently from other states, for instance, that gives you this opportunity to fight crime and to be so security conscious in your state. What do you do differently? Because security is exclusively for the federal government. So what is it that you do as a state that makes it seamless for you to fight crime in your state?
Our security conscious governor recognized very early that you don't win the fight against criminality and violence just with a kinetic approach alone. So we have been able to deploy the non-kinetic approach, such as ensuring that our youth in the state are well engaged. You know, many of the youth that are involved in crime are doing that because they don't have means of livelihood. So they are lured into crime, into killing other people to get some blood money. But in Kogi State, we have been able to engage our youths in very productive ventures, and that has taken a good number of them away from crime. Apart from that, we have been able to introduce technology into our crime war in the state, and that has helped us tremendously. And that's why even when you have flashes of kidnapping, it's always very easy to geolocate where they are, track them down, and be able to rescue our people alive without paying ransom. So that's one of the approach that we have been able to use. So apart from that, there is this collaborative approach. You cannot always fight with force all of the time. You engage dialogue. You interrogate some of these issues. You come around the table to discuss with all the stakeholders. And when you're able to do that, it makes security a lot seamless. In our rural communities in Kogi State, Fulani herdsmen and their leaders are part of some of the things that we do in our rural communities. They are invited to be briefed about security approaches, and you know there is collaboration. So it is very difficult to track criminals when criminals intrude their ranks, and that is helping us. A lot of sensitization too. If you enter any village in Kogi State, within 2 minutes, it will be reported to the relevant authorities of government and security agencies. These are some of the things that we have done. So you cannot harbor anywhere. Like this attack, as we are made to know, pending the final release of investigations, those people came from another state, infiltrated the place in the early hours of the day to be able to launch the attack. So we are going to put all of this into, recalibrating our security architecture and making it a lot better. So Kogi is far ahead when it comes to security architecture among the states in Nigeria.
Okay, do we have some kind of time element? Do we have some kind of time frame when marching orders were given that all the security agencies should make sure that these people are apprehended? What time frame are we looking at to get results?
A lot of things is going to happen between now and the realization of that marching order. So we are very confident that in a couple of days, weeks, many of them will be apprehended. They've done this before in the state. Even when there was jailbreak, in Kogi, it was different. The way the government and the security agencies responded to that, were able to bring a lot of them back, apprehend a lot of the perpetrators, and they have been able to face justice. So I will assure the people that they should be calm. Government is working with security agencies to guarantee their security. Apart from that, I saw hope on the faces of the people of Oganen Enugu when we got there yesterday. I remember that as we're entering the community, some people were already putting their mattresses at the back of their motorcycles. But as soon as they saw a government presence, they came back. And, that's what we do in Kogi State. We do not run away from the battlefront. We have a governor who leads from the front, and that gives a lot of confidence to the people. So I want to assure you, I don't want to give out too much information about this, but I want to assure you that in a couple of days, weeks, they will be apprehended.
Okay, in spite of your best efforts, well, let me commend you that you have done well, the government of Kogi, and we're hoping that we are going to have these results. But some people are still saying that it might have some political undertone. And even though you say we may not have the motive now and you don't want to divulge that, people have also accused the APC in the state, the ruling party in the state, as being very insensitive because they are going about campaigning even when the state is literally bleeding. So what is your response to this? I know that the campaign or the primaries for the election which is coming up in November was slated for March and April to end in April 17 or thereabout. And so people are campaigning. But some other people said they expected that the ruling party will halt those campaigns for the state to mourn, as it were. But you have continued in your campaigns even as the blood of the people flow. I'd like a response to that, please.
I want to correct the impression very quickly that there is no campaign right now. We are preparing for primaries. You have candidates must emerge before you can now start campaigning. The candidates of the political parties have not emerged yet, except only parties where you have a one-man show, that there is no competition, no democratic antecedents and all of that. But, in the APC and many of the big political parties, apart from the mushroom parties, candidates have not emerged yet. So the question of campaign does not even arise at all. Nobody is campaigning. We are mourning as a state. For the governor to deploy the number 2 citizen of the state and all the state government apparatus, the local government apparatus, all the security agencies to those places. As at this time yesterday, I was still with the deputy governor in Kogi East. So you understand what that means. So we are not campaigning. We cannot even campaign when we lose more than 2-3 of our citizens to circumstances that are very unfortunate. So that allegation is ludicrous, laughable, and very insensitive. It's like a macabre dance on the grave of those who lost their lives, and we should discourage that as much as possible. So for the purpose of enlightenment, let me say that there are no campaigns in Kogi State right now. Candidates will emerge. Then INEC timetable, you can easily verify when campaigns would start. So this is not politics. It has to do with the security of the people.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, because whatever happens and we get the information from whatever quarters, we give you the chance to respond to that. But a government is coming, May 29th. We're hoping that a new government is coming, federal government now. And security is one of the very, very thorny issues that everybody is hoping will be addressed by the next government. What are the key pointers, knowing how successful Kogi has been in this security matter, as you say? What are some of the pointers that you think the next government should be considering to bring about this much needed security in our country?
Thank you very much. The good story here is that there is a very robust relationship between the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and our state governor, Governor Yahaya Bello. Even the security hierarchy, they understand the place of Alhaji Yahaya Bello in the security of Kogi State and the North Central as a whole, because of his commitment, because of his dynamism, because of his bloody-minded approach to ensuring that no chances are not taken in ensuring the security of the people. So I expect a lot of handshake, a lot of notes, comparison between the president-elect and the governor to ensure that what has been achieved in Kogi State is replicated across the nation. It is one of the campaign points of the APC in the run-up to the 2023 presidential election. So it is expected that we are going to put that on the front burner and ensure that our people across the country are safe. It is the responsibility, it is going to be the responsibility of the president-elect from May 29 to ensure that Nigerians are safe. When you look at Bola Ahmed Tinubu, from his success story in Lagos, you would understand that he's one of the people who can identify competent people with capacity to deliver. He has done that in Lagos. He has produced some of the best leaders this nation has witnessed. So we expect that he's going to assemble a team. The security team of the nation will be proactive. That team will be able to put an end to insurgency and terrorism. And we are very confident that as far as we know, Bola Ahmed Tinubu will secure Nigeria. I can give that guarantee.
They say a bird at hand is worth more than a million in the bush. If we have seen Kogi and Kogi is succeeding, as you are giving us the report now, we also heard those kind of things before 2019 and even 2015 about security, and we didn't get to see much, even though it has been said that a lot has been done regarding security, even though we don't see it as much as that. But the ones we already know in Kogi State, whether it is Asiwaju Bola Tinubu that is coming or not, Nigerians should have these pointers at their fingertips. What are some of the strongest ones from the Kogi story, as it were, that you would put out there for whoever is going to come in, whether as a governor or as a president, to consider, so that we will start seeing the security of our country from day to day?
The first thing is that there must be sincerity on the part of the leadership of the nation, of the state, of the local government to ensure security. You know, when the people see that sincerity of purpose, when they see commitment of the leader, you know, what's working in Kogi is that you have a leader that is out there leading, you know, from the front. He's not hiding behind, he's leading. 5 years ago, he went through rivers, he trekked many kilometers around that place that this attack just happened, to be able to give confidence to the people, to be able to study the terrain himself. That's what leaders should do. You know, before you can be a successful leader, you must circulate. According to the former American President Abraham Lincoln, you need to circulate. You need to be able to see things yourself. You need to be able to monitor and supervise things yourself. You need to show commitment. You need to show sincerity. You need to show that you are not going to play ethnicity, religious cards when it comes to politics. You must attack it frontally. And we have the confidence that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to do that. That's the success story in Kogi State. They see sincerity in their leader. He doesn't play politics with it. He doesn't play religious card with it. He doesn't play ethnicity with it. When the governor came in 2016, the most volatile part of the state was Kogi Central, where we have some cells of even international terrorist organizations. But he attacked it frontally. He didn't say, oh, I'm from Kogi Central, so I have to treat it with kid gloves. Those are the leaders that Nigeria needs. And that is the kind of leader that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is. He's going to confront insecurity frontally. He's going to work with people who have made success stories in their states to be able to achieve that at the national level. So we have confidence from May 29 that a lot will be done to ensure security of lives and property in Nigeria. Yahaya Bello was very sincere in Kogi State. He was leading from the front. He was investing billions in it, but not just putting the money and not supervising it. No, he ensured that you have patrol vans, you have gadgets that will help to track kidnappers and criminals and all that. So we have been able to achieve this. So if we can achieve this in Kogi State, in a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state like Kogi State, why has it been so difficult for the story to be replicated at the national level? So you need that kind of the spirit of Alhaji Yahaya Bello to be able to replicate that at the national level. And his political mentor is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I heard the president-elect I heard him say many times that the governor of Kogi State, when he looks at the governor of Kogi State, remembers when he was younger, that he has a lot of attributes that he loves, including courage, boldness, and the readiness to take actions. You need to take certain decisions, whether they are palatable or not, whether they are comfortable for you or not. What is most important is to get results. And that is what our governor has been able to do in Kogi State. And that is what we believe that Bola Ahmed Tinubu will replicate at the national stage, on the national stage from May 29.
All of us hope so. This is our country, and we'd like it to be very secure for all of us to be in it. And let's just digress in closing now, as we wrap up with you. Though we may not just talk strictly about security, I'd like to know if Yahaya Bello leaves now, because there's going to be an election in November, and he will leave a few weeks or a few months after that. So what will be, in your opinion, the greatest legacies that he's going to leave as a governor who came, who saw, and possibly conquered Kogi?
The number one thing that he will be remembered for is security. He has been able to secure the state. He has been able to respond when there is breach of peace. He has been able to respond promptly. He has been able to lead from the front, and that's very important for the people of the state. Apart from that, he would want to be remembered as the person who addressed the health challenges of the state. When he came on board, even the specialist hospital, which was the biggest owned by the state government, was in shambles, and it was like a glorified village clinic. But today, he has not only turned that to an international health institution, he has also built a brand new reference hospital in Okene, where you have some facilities that are debuting for the first time in Africa. From information reaching my office, they've started operations today, and it shows that people who need hyperbaric chamber will have to come to Okene instead of going to Eastern Europe or Western Europe. They have to come to Kogi State. So we can redress that when we show sincerity, and he'll be remembered for that. That is not just in Okene. We have the specialist hospital in Lokoja has been completely turned to an international medical institution. And apart from the one he built in Okene, there is one in Isonlu in the Western Senatorial District, another one at Gegu in the Western Senatorial District. We have others in the Eastern Senatorial District and also in the Central Senatorial District. So he has been able to show that when a leader is committed to his people, one of the things you need to do is to ensure well-being. When you secure the people, that is not enough. You must ensure that they have the best of healthcare facilities, and he has been able to provide that. He will also be remembered for his contribution to education. Apart from building world-class educational institutions and improving on the institutions that he made on ground, he has also ensured that we have peace, academic peace in our higher institutions. While others go on strike, our higher institutions are always working. The issue of a strike does not happen in our institutions. So when you enter either the Kogi State University or the Confluence University of Science and Technology or the Kogi Polytechnic or our health institutions, you know that you are going to finish in record time. So these are some of the legacies that you'll be remembered for. And that is why already, by far, in clear lead, remains the best to have happened to Kogi State.
Okay, thank you so much for that. We do hope that that energy will be sustained until these perpetrators of the Dastardly Act are caught, are caught and prosecuted. We're waiting for that information, and we wish you well in all the things that you're doing in Kogi. Thank you so much, Honorable Kingsley Fanwo, for coming on the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, we've been talking with Honorable Kingsley Fanwo, Commissioner for Information, Kogi State, and we've been talking about the unfortunate event that happened in Kogi State. And right now, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, we will be discussing the statement of a former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Muhammadu Sanusi II, on the state of the nation. Stay with us.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Muhammadu Sanusi, has said Nigeria has never been this divided since the Civil War of 1967 to 1970. He said the country, because of the elections, was now dangerously divided along ethnic and religious lines, adding that it had put the integrity of public institutions in question. Sanusi, in his address, stated that the country now had a challenge of nation building, adding that the economy was now in the doldrums. According to him, beyond defining the kind of leaders the country needs, it also needs to look critically at the process through which the leaders emerge. We're now being joined to discuss this tonight by Abiodun Showomi, a political analyst. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me.
I remember in those days when we were growing up, when I was growing up, I don't know about other people, we had a march past song and we were singing about a particular person who wanted to divide Nigeria. But go on, the man at the helm of affairs at that time said Nigeria must be one. So we are now for General Gowon. That's how it was. Nigeria must be one. It was the concern of everybody. That's always been that Nigeria does not disintegrate along any lines, whether ethnic, whether religious, whether whatever kinds of lines. But right now, according to Sanusi, the division in Nigeria has become so worrisome that we can compare it to 1967 to 70 when we had the Civil War, or even worse than that. What is your comment on this?
Yes, division in itself is not really a problem. It's the nature of the division that we have in society. In the first instance, there is no way you can avoid division. Whether you look at it politically, you have to be divided. That's the nature of democracy. And then you have classes in society, social stratification along class lines. You have the working class, you have the rich class, you have the middle class. They are part of the divisions existing in any society. But two of the most dangerous form of divisions, which could threaten the existence of any nation more than the rest, is they are religion and ethnicity. They are very, very potent weapons which could lead a country into being divided, badly divided, or the collapse of a country. Yes, it is true, class stratification could also lead to revolution, which may also threaten either the country or threaten the established order in that very country. But it is not quite as often as and as potent as the ethnic and religious divide in any country. In the last election, we have seen our country badly polarized along religion and ethnic sentiments, which portend some danger for our country. We are at a very serious crisis at a point in time when we really now need to address the issue of Nigeria being a divided nation, and we need to make it a nation, a diverse nation, but united as a country, not necessarily to divide along ethnic lines. What Sanusi remarked on actually is about the nature and the level of ethnic politicking that characterized the last election. And that can easily be evident from what happened in different parts of the country. When you look at the almost unbelievable one-way voting in the Southeast, where 97, 98%, 92% are returned in favor of one candidate and one political party, to the exclusion of others, that none had even 5%.
Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Shomi?
You know, that is ethnic nationality.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead now.
Hello?
Yes, we can
that
hear
the
you.
whole ethnic nationality could think along that line. That is very worrisome. That is dangerous. The second aspect of it is the what happened also in particularly in Lagos. We also saw, you know, ethnic politics, you know, playing itself out of anxiety about some other nationality coming to take over Lagos. Of course, that is not helped by the nature of the propaganda that came out, you know, from that nationality. That actually fueled that ethnic resentment in Southwest. Whether justified or not, the fact of the matter is a very dangerous form of politicking in our country, to the extent that there are people from certain parts of the country, particularly Southeast, who are very, very apprehensive, you know, of their continuous existence in Lagos. Whether real or imagined is not the issue, it's about perception. Even though there are other ethnic nationalities living in Lagos, but they are not apprehending the same level of fear. So that is, I think, what drove that on the part of Sanusi. But when you look at religion also, the way religion has been employed, it's such very shameful that we could descend to that level. I mean, we saw people moving, a presidential candidate moving from one church to another church, almost all churches, appealing to sentiments, even though claiming he was not campaigning on religious ground. But of course, that is not true. The perception is clear. It's not about reality. It's also about perception and the body language. And we had all what the pastors and bishops, you know, said, drumming up support for one candidate against another. So that has also not helped. We also have the the another angle to it, we saw the traditional religionists, or how do I call it, the traditional religious worshippers, also, declaring their Oro festival around the period leading to the election or leading to voting, including on the day of voting. That, of course, affected turnout to some extent, which nobody can dispute, in my view. Of course, that has also not helped, because even though they didn't attach that to politics, but it's clear that the intention is to influence the voting pattern of people, one, and it also evoke a kind of religious sentiment in the Southwest, particularly in Lagos. So these are the issues which are really very troubling about the nature of the division which we have currently. There's nothing wrong with having political division or social division. We've always been having that, but we've learned how to manage those ones. But the ones that can lead to mayhem is either the religious or the ethnic one. You only need to look at Rwanda, and then we will understand how Rwanda got to where they are today. And also we have the same ethnic issue in Somalia. Somalia till today has not been able to rebuild the country. It's still bloodshed today, bloodshed tomorrow, because the nature of the problem in Somalia is along ethnic clans lines, and that's the problem. So it is Sanusi is right, like many people, to be concerned about the nature and the character and the type of the division which we have in our country today.
Because if we look at the political history from 1999, for instance, the Southeast has always been almost like giving block votes to particular parties. When PDP was holding sway, it was almost like all their votes went to PDP, for instance. And and then Lagos State, on its own, I'm not too sure it's more like an ethnic thing. Well, maybe it is the Yoruba nationality against the world. Otherwise, if you're talking about people who really are from Lagos State, fighting for Lagos State, a lot of people will argue against that. Because, for instance, the president-elect has held sway in Lagos for a long time, and it is said that he's from Osun State. We also know another political actor in Lagos State, in the person of James Faleke, who has been contesting governorship elections in Kogi State. We also have Aregbesola, who has been a governor in Osun State and has a very great say in Lagos politics. Nobody is saying those people are strangers, except they want to say Lagos is Yoruba. It doesn't matter whether you're from Lagos or from anywhere else. But some people perceive what is happening in Lagos, as it is a particular set of people who belong to a sect, a political sect in Lagos, against the rest of them. Because Yorubas are also saying a lot of things against what happened in Lagos now. So my concern is what really fueled what happened here, because these things that happened here have been happening low-key, but now it was so wide. What gave room, or what gave rise to this kind of the magnitude of what happened in this political circle that we just finished, and we're hoping that May 29 it will be very complete. So what was the fuel that brought about this division that we are concerned about now?
Yes, Lagos is a cosmopolitan city. To a large extent, you are quite right with the way you've viewed it, that people have been living together for long, and they've been voting for a particular party or a particular political tendency in Lagos, which is correct. Lagos has always been standing by Asiwaju Tinubu's party. There's no doubt about that. And a lot of it is due to the fact that people could see that, comparatively speaking, Lagos has been doing well more than any other states in the country, to the extent that it's now the 5th largest economy in the world. So the support for that political tendency led by Asiwaju Tinubu is actually predicated on the performance of Lagos State in comparison with the rest of the states in the country. So that put in context, we can then understand why people across, all ethnic lines, a majority of them prefer, to stand by that political tendency led by Tinubu. Now, in relation to this last election, what created the problem is also the nature of the people in Southwest in comparison with the nature of the people, particularly from the southeast part of Nigeria. When it was made clear that people, the South should produce the next governor by all the Santa governors, it was not zoned to any part of the South. It was not
President,
zoned to
you mean, President.
Southwest or Southwest. So, given that situation, all people from the southern part of Nigeria are entitled, all ethnic nationalities are entitled to contest for it.
Yeah.
We saw Wike trying from South-South through the PDP. He didn't make it. And we saw Tinubu tried through the APC. He made it. We saw Obi from Southeast tried, through Labour Party, and he made it also. They all got the ticket. But what was in relationship is the failure to recognize or respect the relationship, in the Southwest. And what do I mean by that? Maybe if you allow me to explain a little bit. In the Southwest, you can have in a family the father being a Muslim, and you have the mother a Christian, and the son can choose to be a traditionalist. When it's festival period, they all celebrate all the festivals together. It is not a problem at all in the Southwest at all. So having a Muslim candidate or a Christian candidate is not, is not something strange. And I can give you examples of that. When Awolowo was contesting in 1979, he had Philip Umeade from Southeast as his vice presidential candidate. Both of them were Christians. It didn't create any problem at all in the Southwest. When Oyinlola, the former governor of Osun State, contested, he contested with Erelu Obada. Both of them were Christians in Osun State, largely Muslim, and they voted for them. Even the current governor of Osun State, voted, is a Christian with a Christian deputy, and they still voted for them in this same election cycle, in Osun State. As I'm speaking to you today, in the whole of the southern part of Nigeria, there is no state where there is a Muslim governor. In the whole of the entire South. So it then becomes a problem for people in the Southwest to understand when the campaign against Tinubu was led by the church, that you can't have a Muslim ticket. When in reality, this issue of same religion is not a problem in Southwest. We've had it before with MKO Abiola and King Igbe. We now had it again with Tinubu, and Shetima. So it has never been a problem. But it is a problem for people in the southern, particularly in the southeast, because they made a lot of noise around it and campaigned heavily using the church, and we saw CAN, the Christian Association of Nigeria, we saw PFN all coming out heavily criticizing it. And that did not go down very well with many people in the Southwest. And because of that, that is the basis, for the renewed tension. And is exactly why the traditionalists in Southwest actually had to intervene.
Yes, let's wrap up, Mr. Shomi. Let's wrap up, yeah.
Yeah.
Just your final words, please.
Okay. So basically, what we need to do is to learn to have to understand each other. We need to jettison, religion and jettison the issue of ethnicity. We are all Nigerians. We are all people created by God. And it's just an accident of geography that I'm born in Lagos or born in Kano or Kaduna or Enugu. So I think we need to learn from what has happened, and we all have to show respect for each other's feelings.
Okay, I do hope that healing process that everybody's asking for now will really begin and lead us to where we want to be. Lagos used to be the dream of Nigeria, what Nigeria could be. You could come from anywhere and be anything so long as you are a Nigerian here in Lagos. And everybody else was hoping that it's going to happen like that in every other state. And a lot of people were agitating for state of origin to be removed from all the forms that we feel and all that, so that Nigerians become just Nigerians and without saying wherever you're coming from will affect you in any way. But all that, a lot of people fear has been eroded. We do hope that this consciousness which it has given us to see how if we divide ourselves along ethnicity and religion we're going to be, will teach us a lesson enough to make sure that we come back together to unite and build a strong Nigeria. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Abiodun Shomi, for coming on the program and talking with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we've been talking with Mr. Abiodun Shomi, a political analyst on the show. Stakeholders are concerned about the unity of Nigeria. We do hope that that unity that we so much desire will put our hands together to make it come about. On behalf of the entire team of Plus Politics, my name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
In every age, the good old days were always memories to cherish. Although no one ever thought they were good at that time, for every age has consisted of crises that seemed intolerable to the people who lived through them. Looking back now, one can really say, indeed, these days were good. My name is Tolulope Akmike Medebem Ni Adiolu, and here is my good old days story. I hail from Oderemo, Ogun State, but I was born and bred in Lagos, Island Maternity to be precise. My dad was His Royal Majesty Obasanjo Olufunsho Adeolu. He was an educationist, a seasoned broadcaster, actor, and finally he became an Oba, while my mom, Olori Adedayo Atinuke Adeolu, was a thoroughbred educationist. She was an English major. She rose through the ranks working for Lagos State Ministry of Education, where she actually retired as an education director. I am the fourth of 8 children and Olori's first. That's my mom. I grew up mostly with my aunties on Lagos Island, Ologbo, where my mom would drop me off and then pick me up over the weekend. My aunties were more like my big sisters then, and it was so much joy being with them. And guess what? We actually still deal the same way, even now as adults. They formed a core part of my childhood, and today, I proudly say anywhere that was raised by 4 mothers, my mom inclusive. So imagine if these 4 mothers of mine got a whiff of my bad behavior in school. The story would never end, never. Each one of them would take turns to scold and punish me for bringing the family name and that of theirs to disrepute. Those were days of communal training where the community played a major role in child training and development. As much as these women, my moms, as much as they loved us and tried to ensure we charted our lives' course correctly, growing up, they couldn't always protect us from everything. I must say, I had my own share of bullying. I started wearing glasses at a tender age. These glasses were as thick as the Coke bottom bottle. Yes, such was the thickness of my glasses. I could not see without wearing them. Different names people like us were called. Those days hurt, Sha. But the ability to move on regardless of all those snide remarks, developing a thick skin, and believing in what I can achieve through the grace that I have been blessed with by the Most High, saw me through those moments. In fact, it honestly contributed to who I have become today. I started my primary education at Yaniwura Nursery and Primary School in Ilukweju, Lagos, and then later moved to Estate Nursery and Primary School within the same Ilukweju environment. My secondary education was twofold. I started at Federal Government College, Ugwalao, where my uncle was the principal. And when he was transferred to Federal Government College, Sokoto, I naturally followed him to Sokoto, of course, to continue my secondary education. Such was the trust parents had on guardians in those days. The need to monitor a child and ensure that he or she was under a very strict control and tutelage of a mentor was considered essential for the moral and academic growth of such a child. Oh man, Sokoto taught me about being human. You may wish to ask, what does that mean? It meant that was where I learned that everyone was first human being before his tribe and ethnic learnings. At Federal Government College Sokoto, we did not have or understand the divide of tribes or thongs. School then were not only about academics, but they were out to develop character as well. And that's what truly being educated is all about. We all grew up together, and today, quite a number of us are still friends, regardless of whatever situation or conditions we are presently in. Today, I am pretty much a people's person. All that matters to me about you as an individual, first and foremost, is the chemistry, not where you come from. And all this is, I believe, thanks to my orientation. Oh, testing times two. I mean, when a growing child will always be a child. Yes, I remember the story of caustic soda. In those days, I think my mom used it to wash the bathroom. It was a plastic beverage container kept away from prying eyes. One day, she sent me to get something from her room, and I saw the container. I opened it and saw this sugar-looking substance and wondered why she kept it in her room. And guess what? I licked it, and that was it. I started foaming. I ran into the sitting room, and everyone went berserk, confused and scared. My mom lifted me and started running towards the hospital. I was rushed to the hospital where I was stabilized and brought home. On a good day, after all the drama, I would have still been beaten. But I think they believed I was traumatized enough, and she looked me in the eye and said, "That's what happens to thieves." No amount of beating could have shamed me like that, man. That was it. The tendency to steal perished forever in me. The first time my dad slapped me will be a story for another day. It was clear in my head, the biblical dictate of spare the rod and spoil the child. Over and over, my father would say that he had no inheritance he was leaving for any child. His greatest legacy to all of us, according to him, would be our education. So whatever he wanted to study, he was willing and ready to make it happen. Strangely, Dad's fame as an actor of repute wasn't something we thought about. I mean, it was just work as far as we knew. The only times it became a subject of discussion were when people saw you with him or found out he's your father and wanted to know what life is like living with him, or if he actually didn't have hands, based on his character in the famous Village Headmaster serial. Quite nostalgic. I recall how being his daughter impacted on me when I proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Great Ife, where I obtained my bachelor's degree in arts from the Department of Dramatic Art. I had a lecturer who scored me rather low because he felt and actually knew I could do better. And he said to me, "To whom much is given, much is expected." That was a turning point of sorts in my academic. In those good old days, we were built to be and ourselves proud. In the hierarchy of values, we were taught that honesty and integrity reign supreme. And I am very proud and thankful for these orientations and training. So what went wrong? Is it the same today as yesterday? I doubt. Is the situation hopeless? Certainly not. Is it possible to change the narrative? Absolutely yes. Like the lights that cannot be hidden under a bushel, like the faith as a mustard seed, I believe the glory of Nigeria will shine and we shall blossom again if we begin to plant into the hearts and minds of people these time-tested values of truth, honesty, integrity, and sincerity of purpose. Personally, I don't think the challenge is solely upon today's youth. It's our inability to create the right mentorship programs. The youths tend to emulate what they see around them. So if change must come, if tomorrow must be brighter, then the right attitude and values must be reenacted today. The onus lies on each one of us to keep showcasing those things that we want emulated. Change can and will happen through a collective will and joint resolve to make it happen. Change begins with each and every one of us standing together in truth and believing that truly we can make the difference. We all deserve a better Nigeria, better than those glorious days we speak about today.
Ni hao. That's what she do. I should embrace my Chinese spirit. Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usayome Saleh, and today Gloria and I are in studio. Hello, Glory.
Hello.
How are you? How was your day?
Where do I start?
When you start with there's problem.
So the week started me having just this fantastic energy, expecting the best. Then from yesterday, started with me being under the weather. Thought maybe I'll get over it by today. Then by today, I noticed I have a little cold.
I think this cold is spreading. Mary couldn't come to work yesterday because she was down with a cold. My staff at work today has been sneezing since yesterday. Today now, myself, I said, there's problem.
Then today, suddenly, every accountant's nightmare happened. So what has not happened? Anyways, I'm just still hoping. My week is actually jam-packed too. So all of these things are trying to distract me from enjoying my Good Friday because I have things planned. But anyways, I'm still going to enjoy it either ways.
I want Good Friday as they love be with you. My account balance does not have room for enjoyment. Except I'm going to be seeing credit a lot. Hi, Nama. Nama has joined us virtually. Hello.
Hi everyone.
How are you doing?
We are good and we are well by God's grace. All things being equal. The cold is everywhere.
Really?
Apparently, yes. So of course, you have bouts of it almost every now and then. It's not news that you got a cold or that you have sore throats because of the temperature here. But it gets warmer by the day, and you still have to deal with cold. So, Glory, you're not alone.
As well. All right, so last, I think 2 weeks ago or so, was World Oral Health Day, and we're so excited. It was discuss mouth hygiene. I will soon bring. Normal when you come, you're the one that will discuss body hygiene.
I'm really enjoying these health topics. I'm so enjoying it.
I'm telling you. So we want to discuss oral health, and here's what we found as today's quote: "Every tooth in a man's head is more valuable than diamond." Wow, this from Miguel de Cavante. Now, did you know that your oral health offers clues about your overall health, or that problem in your mouth can affect the rest of your body? If you didn't know that, now you know. So in commemoration with World Oral Health Day that happened on March 20th, we will be discussing the topic, how can we care, or how can we take care of our oral health? And we have no other person than Dr. Amy Shambusho. She's here to discuss this. But first, let's quickly go on a break. When we come back from the break, I want to run through what we found in the news. Thanks for staying with us. Now, the International Day of Conscience is a global day of awareness celebrated on April 5th, commemorating the importance of human conscience. It was established by the United Nations General Assembly on July 25th, 2019, with the adoption of the UN Resolution 73-329. The preamble to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that disregard and contempt of human rights have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of humankind, and the advent of a world in which human beings shall enjoy freedom of speech and belief and freedom from fear, and what has been proclaimed as the highest aspiration of the common man. I'm just wondering, do we have conscience in Nigeria? I don't know about any part of the world, because sometimes, again, when you see some of the things that people do, and this is not, again, because when you hear issue of conscience, now you just want to go straight to leaders, even as Nigerians, as humans, do we really have conscience anymore? Because, again, there are some things that we do to a fellow human being that, you know, it's almost like, where is this coming from? Like, do you really, you know, even the fear say, you know, they fear God, you know. That phrase, I think, is gone because people just do anything that they feel like doing.
I mean, you just took it out of my mouth. It's just a pointer to say, fear God, do. And I think it's embedded in morals. So because of how things are, maybe
Really
a culture or
eroded.
something, yeah. So it's gradually that conscience. So people look at the bigger things like stealing, maybe millions. But what about the little things you do? Maybe even seeing someone. The other day I witnessed an accident, and people were just passing by. I had to
some
stop.
were bringing out their phones.
Yeah, or bringing out their phones. And even the person that even knocked this guy down came out and was just watching this guy, had to shout and like, what are you guys doing? Do something about this. Take him to the hospital. So it's further than just thinking about the big picture, stealing billions, killing. It's about those little things. It's also about a little bit about empathy too. Do you really look at something? How would you want people to treat you? You know, treat people the way you want people to treat you. So it's a really important day. I hope, you know, people start to fear God. I know there are people that don't believe in God anyways, but just
fear whatever you want to, whatever you believe
fear
in.
something, I beg.
Just fear something, because it's really scary. You know, you see people do things and you just wonder, do you really have a conscience? Because again, these are things that, like you rightly said, the moral standards that held some of the things that our fathers, their own fathers did. It held the fabric of, you know, society. And you know, lately I've been watching a lot of videos online about how the children, especially in the United States, are being indoctrinated into some very, you know, I just wonder, so where is the conscience? Where are these people? Where are they taking these people to? I mean, this thing is deep. Because now it's almost like if you just sneeze small and say, oh, this is how I feel, automatically, you know, there's no guide. There's nothing like morals to say, okay, no, there are some standards that we cannot go by.
That boundary.
Yeah, that boundary, because you keep on saying, because even where your freedom stops, that's where my own starts. You know, it's a bit of a dicey thing, because in a bit to want to say, oh, everybody's freedom must be respected, at the same time, we are losing, you know, some level of hold that we had, like at least sanity. In fact, that's the word I'm looking for. We're losing some level of sanity because now everybody's just confused. You know, I can wake up tomorrow and say I'm a tooth fairy. Just accept me like that. Don't question it. But Norma, what do you have to say about conscience? Consideration queen.
I was just going. I knew you were going to say. I knew you were going to say, Madam Consideration. I think by and by, I believe that we're beginning to lose what we knew to be humanity, what it means to be human, right? And like Glory rightly said, it's about putting yourself in the position of someone else.
Mm-hmm.
If you are the one on the receiving end, and this is a question, I mean, I can't stop talking about it, Uwa, because I always, like most times when I ask people that question, if you were the one on the receiving end, how will you feel? And I find out that people's behavior changes because now you are the one taking the brunt of whatever it is that is coming. And really, it also ties to what Glory had also said about values. We are gradually losing what made us human beings, being able to look out for one another, being able to live peaceably and in harmony towards one another. So when that is lost, it comes to exactly what you were saying. Insanity will become the order
Norma,
of the day.
please, I do not identify as a human being.
Respect it.
Respect it.
So we will continue to respect what everybody wishes to be identified with. But at the end of the day, the question is, how does it affect the other person? It's not okay for my own rights to be respected alone without considering the rights of somebody else. I can respect what you want to do, but how does it affect me as a person? How does it affect my children as a person? How does it affect my community or my society? And that's why everybody is going to be accountable. Glory talked about the individuals. I will bring it back to leadership, because that used to be the example, that used to be the benchmark for a lot of people to look up to say, okay, these are the people we're looking up to, we should emulate them. Back in the days, you found all of those rules and some of the things that helped people to fall in line. But where are those rules? How are they implemented? What are they doing? And now everybody is living for himself and deciding what is right or wrong for himself. Oh, definitely, anarchy would be the result of the day.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's quickly run through what we found, Glory. Let me start with you.
It's about Blessing CEO. Actress Tonto Dike recently expressed her joy at the arrest of the controversial blogger. Tonto wrote, "To publicly insult, blame, and intrude on such a delicate and sensitive issue, she needs to feel their pain." And I also saw another article, I think today still, which says she's been granted bail of about 10 million naira. Maybe I'll have to confirm that, but that's what's out there currently. So my take on this is, maybe, again, we will have to tread with caution when we're trying to talk about some sensitive issues such as death, and especially the controversy that surrounded that particular situation. And I think
and this arrest was linked to that person that died. I think it was ID. That fashion person that the wife died, right?
Yes, okay. Ikechukwu Ogbona's wife. So, I mean, where I read people's comments, so many people were in support of what the arrest and so on. So it means people were not really happy with whatsoever her take was. And she coming out and the heat, how hot it was then, she coming out to give her opinion and issuing some certain statements. So I think we just have to be...
So, you know, I think that, first of all, it's two things, because I see her and I see Daddy Freeze, they do the same thing.
Yeah.
Whenever there's a situation that is really hot on the... like at the front burner of social media, you would see them jump on it, talk about it. Because I remember that I had seen few clips when there was the fight and all of that, you know, with the man, the wife, and all of that. You know, because she claims, I mean, she's a self-acclaimed, what do you call her, relationship expert, right? Maybe that's why she felt the need to talk about the issue. But like you rightly said, you must learn to draw the line, set boundaries. Even if social media gives you the opportunity to talk in every matter, it's not every issue you must put your mouth inside.
And also, even how you even approach it too does matter. So I think the major issue was how she approached it. So many people were not happy, especially the deceased family was not really happy about it.
True. Okay, so let me take Norma, what's in the news?
Again, just to add quickly, conscience comes in. You know, when you're talking about other people's stories, other people, without being sensitive to how they're going to receive it. And then you ask yourself, what if you were the one whose story was out there? How would you feel if these were the reactions or these were the things that people were saying? But again, a lot of people don't pay attention to that.
They don't know know how to put their themselves in other people's shoes. Go ahead.
No, they don't. Because in hot news, right? So let me be one of the first people to say something about it or to be an...
it's all for the gram. They want to trend. You want to get more followers.
Yes, absolutely.
To what end?
Absolutely. I guess there are consequences that come with some of these things sometimes.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So my story has to do with our... the federal government. It says that FG to splash over 320 billion naira on tertiary institutions. So the story has it that our president, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, has approved the sum of 320 billion, 345 million and 40,835 naira as the 2023 intervention funds for public tertiary education institutions around the country. And all the institutions, including colleges of technology, universities, the polytechnics, they are supposed to benefit from this fund. So, and over the years, we've had over, I think, some trillion amount, in trillions that has been disbursed since 1993. Now, a bit of my concerns for this story was that when I saw it, I was wondering that how much of this money was available for when the universities were on strike. Maybe I need clarity on how these funds are to be disbursed, what they're supposed to cover, so to speak, because I'm wondering if we had this much money available, why was part of it not initiated?
Why did we experience an 8-month-long strike?
The situation of almost a year of students being out of strike. And another thing that caught my attention was that it's supposed to be like a parting gift. And I'm wondering, this is the work of public service. How is it supposed to be? Are you doing Nigerians a favor? I mean, I was just completely confused about this story because I'm wondering if funds were available in this quantum, why did we not use wisdom to deal with the situations that we've dealt with over the months? And then at the end of the day, we find out that students have been on strike, students have been out of school. We've lost quite a bit. We can't even quantify the damages that have been done over the months. So those are my questions, and my concerns really, because this is huge. And this is supposed to represent the highest disbursement for the benefit of institutions. And I don't recall institutions who have praised the administration, saying that, over 8 years we have done well. It's almost like we have been at an all-time low. So please, Uwa, I don't know, maybe I'm confused or I'm not sure but I just need someone to really explain to me how this is going to solve the several months, in fact, almost a year of the education troubles that we've had in the country.
So, Norma, I like the fact that you're raising a lot of questions. Sadly, I do not have an answer for you. Because, again, on this table, I took a story of a JAMB registrar, former JAMB registrar that was, I think charged to court for a fraud of 5 billion, himself and his family. I think Jennifer took a story.
Yes, I remember that story. Yeah. His children were also involved.
Jennifer took another story of someone, I can't remember which of the educational institution, So even amidst all of these things, I don't know why it seems like the federal government just like name dropping, 320 billion, you splash it,
I love
and you say it's a parting gift. It's not a parting gift, right?
It's
really appalling
trillion.
Because now I have children that are about to go into the university, and I know what it's costing us as a family to be able to put those, to be able to give them quality education, right? You're not giving anybody any gift, right? Education is the right of every Nigerian, and it makes no sense that at this kind of headline. So maybe let me blame it on the newspaper. That is maybe they want their paper to sell, so
or
they want readers to come there. So they want it sensational, because I don't understand how this is even making news, because we need to move past all of these things and get the job done. But you know what? Let me take my story, because I don't want to stress myself. No, I don't have an answer for you. So I like this story, because I've maintained, because I've followed this Ekweremadu story for a while, and I have maintained the same thing, and I keep on saying that nobody would carry anybody from Nigeria, and travel all the way to the UK, and the person will not be feigning, I didn't know that my organ was going to be removed. Because before anything, transactions or whatever will happen, you would have been tested to see that your kidney, kidney is not, I don't even know, there's no part of your body that you have to test that it matches. Yes. before we even leave to say, okay, yes, we found a match for the person that wants to be, that wants to undergo a kidney transplant. So the former president, of Nigeria, Obasanjo, has written to the UK court. In the letter, he addressed the letter to the chief clerk, the Central Criminal Court, Old Bailey in London. Is asking that this clerk should intervene and ensure that the UK government temper justice with mercy on the matter. Because right now, Ekweremadu is at risk of being sentenced to 10 years imprisonment in line with the Modern Slavery Act of 2015 of the United Kingdom, after a London court had found him and his wife guilty of organ trafficking. So this modern day slavery, I have not read that act. I would like to read it to understand what it is. But I would like to say that, you see, there is something called, even the acceptance to even go on that trip. It's not like this person was like, tied or whatever. This person willingly. There was a story I took one time, I can't remember the country now, that they go to sell their toes. That's how bad the poverty is. So the tiny toes are like cheaper. Then the most expensive was the big toe. I remember taking that story here. So everybody understands that for economic reasons, people will do things, right? So I don't want it to look like these people maybe like forced or cajoled the guy. Yes. But so and again, I really don't like the terminology organ trafficking. Do you understand? Maybe they just did not do a proper paperwork. But there's nobody, this is not organ trafficking. They didn't harvest the organ from his, what's it called? His body and now took it, to somewhere else. He was clearly in the know that he was going to go and, donate his one of his kidneys to their daughter. So I don't like the caption, even though I'm not a fan of government people, right? Because you see, this is the problem. When we say do things right, they don't do things right. This is what you face. Because it would have been so easy if a lawyer came into this picture, drafted an agreement, you signed it. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. And everybody signed in the presence of a witness. So you know that this is not, because right? I can give you my organ if you need it and we're a match. Do you get what I'm saying? Whether there's monetary exchange or not, it's something I can do. But let us begin to do things by the law. You see, this is where the problem is, because you think, oh, I'm a big man and everything, I can just, Nadia, you don't go enter one chance, because you're in a country where, everything goes by the books. So it's just a sad situation. But the former president has written, we hope they will temper justice with mercy. But I don't see him going out of that sentence. He will probably serve maybe a lighter sentence. On that note, let's discuss oral health. Biko, stay with us. We'll be right back.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, a healthy lifestyle publication reports that, like other areas of the body, your mouth teems with bacteria, mostly harmless. But your mouth is the entry point to your digestive and respiratory tract, and some of these bacteria can cause disease. Normally, the body's natural defenses and good oral health care, such as daily brushing and flossing, keeps the bacteria under control. However, without proper oral hygiene, bacteria can reach levels that might lead to oral infection, such as tooth decay and gum disease. So we're asking, how do you take care of your oral health and, and those other things? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. Let me just confess. It's not every time I brush twice a day. I know I'm a terrible example, but I don't know. But I noticed, though, that every time I brush my teeth morning, then I brush it last thing at night before going to bed, I wake up very fresh. And again, I wake up like, sometimes, I don't know, I even have like a headache or something, without brushing. But I don't know whether it's my mind that is playing a trick on me. But I notice that I'm happier, I'm more excited every time, I make that effort, even however tired I am, to just brush my teeth at night before sleeping.
Let's just be confessing
our sins
of tooth. Okay, so I'm very lucky. I've not had toothache before, the way I hear people say they've had toothache. But sometimes I'll have this pain in my gum and I'll just sleep over it, then I'll feel fine. So constantly I'm procrastinating. I'll go and get it checked. And it's almost 3 years now. And one thing too I notice is sometimes too when I brush, I probably bleed a little, like frequently. I'll bleed a little.
It's a good thing. We have doctor
So
here.
thank God we have.
We have doctor. But let me come to you, Norma. How is your oral hygiene? How do you take care of your...
I try. Let me put it that way. I brush, not twice a day, every day, because there are those days you just need a bed, right? Yeah, but I think I do, I try to do a good job, and I have had several dental appointments, and my doctors have said, oh, you're doing a good job. I know the last time I had a little bit of sensitivity to the teeth, and especially when they were trying to clean, and I complained about that, and they did give me a different kind of toothpaste to use. And then after a while, it went. So all in all, I tend for my teeth to be complete till when I'm celebrating my 90th birthday.
So passion for dentistry, unparalleled customer service, and a transformative vision are what propelled Dr. Amy from operating a small dental practice less than 10 years ago to becoming Nigeria's largest and most successful dental practice today. Smile 360. Now, Smile 360 has branches in Lagos and Abuja, and leading an organization of over 90 highly skilled dentists, nurses, hygienists, and support staff. Dr. Amy and the Smile 360 team have become recognized for their cutting-edge technology, state-of-the-art surroundings, and advanced dental proceedings. You see that always, we always bring the best. And she's joined us. She's a friend of the house, by the way. So all these sins that we're confessing, she will answer us. Thank you so much, Doc, for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Every time we talk about dental, we will say we'll go and see the dentist. But I think it's just a bad habit. Nigerians just wait until they have one pain or the other, right? And it was World Oral Health Day. Unfortunately, you could not join us then, but we're here now and all of that. How important? Because again, people they rarely pay attention to their teeth. I mean, if you feel a fever, you quickly run to your doctor. If you're feeling stomach ache and all of that. But with oral hygiene, not many people understand how it balances your overall health. Maybe you should help us explain how important is your oral health to your overall health. Yes.
I love that. Well, thank you for having me on the show. And of course, every 20th of March is World Oral Health Day. And we're still within the 30 days.
Yes.
So, yeah,
good.
Let's celebrate that. So, of course, a lot of people think about going to the dentist only when they have that ache. And unfortunately, when you get to that stage, is more time, more work, more money, and more discomfort. I don't want to mention the word pain, but really, why are we not going to the dentist earlier, right? The last patient I saw came in, I was like, okay, I was told to come for a check. What is this check all about? And then, of course, he had some calculus, we had a cleaning done, and he was not even aware that he had calculus, behind, because it settles mainly behind the teeth. And there was also tooth decay that was beginning, to settle on his molars. And we were so glad that we captured it while he was still little.
Early.
Because, yes, when it's is really early, there is no pain, there is no discomfort. At most, when it progresses, you could start feeling sensations when you're eating something sweet or acidic. Neoma talked about sensitivity, yes. And most people think, okay, this is just happening now, let me wait, it's gotta go, And if you're lucky, the sensitivity stops or the pain, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't progress, because the tooth decay is an infection. An infection that you have in your body, once it begins, millions of bacteria, nothing can stop it if you don't go to the dentist. So really, an infection in your mouth is connected to every single aspect of your body, and the bacteria could go and log into your heart, your lungs, and even, make your diabetes situation, for example, if you're diabetes, even worse. So it's important to know that that decay could lead to something even bigger in your overall body. So yes, a healthy mouth is important for a healthy body.
You will.
So I would like to find out, so what are the early signs? Okay, let me use myself now. So for the fact sometimes I'll feel pain, and for months I will not feel pain. So I feel like maybe it's just one of those things in your body. Do you think maybe there is actually an issue going on there? Because since there is that gap, sometimes 4-6 months, I will no longer feel the pain. So I just feel like, well, it's not something serious. How often should we probably go have a tooth check, or should we just wait till maybe when there is really serious pain? Just like people go on routine annual checks to the hospital, should we do that too for our tooth?
Yes, thank you very much for that. I think it's even more important for your oral health that you go for those periodic checks, because it doesn't hurt when it's at that little stage. And as I said, if you wait until you start feeling something, it's probably too late, because unlike a wound on your skin, you can heal that back. But anything that happens in your mouth, you don't get it back.
That's why they say that the tooth is like diamonds, right?
A diamond, if you lose that chip, it's gone.
It's gone.
Forever, right? So what you want to do is really those periodic checks. But let's not talk about tooth decay. We'll talk about gum disease. You talk about gum bleeding. Yeah, we can talk about that again. But there's one thing that, we need to know is oral cancer. And that is something that is not, if you can detect it so easily by going for your periodic check. And it's something that we can also take care of really at that early stage before it disseminates in our body. And it's something that is most of the time ignored. Of course, if you have certain habits such as smoking and, you are more prone to having that. But it's something that is real. And I'm here as a health professional. I've been in this profession for 30 years to be able to tell you that these things are.
Do you know? That this is just, or this is maybe like, the word like symptoms of oral cancer. How would you know that?
All right, so for you, of course, if there's a lesion in your mouth, in your oral cavity, on the inside of your cheeks, on your tongue, on the floor of your mouth, or, the roof of your mouth, the palate, and you realize that that lesion may not be even painful. And that's the funny part, right? But it's there for several weeks, maybe several months, right? It might be growing or not. You should go to the dentist, right? But when you go for your periodic check, the dentist actually looks at the teeth, the gums, but also looks at around your mouth to see if there are no lesions of such that we can see. And sometimes we do biopsy to be able to say, oh, thank God this was nothing to worry about, or sometimes we're able to actually
detect it. The routine checks that Glory asked now, we're looking at once every quarter?
Every 6 months, yeah.
Okay, once every 6 months.
Every 6 months.
Okay.
Every 6 months minimum. Some people that have gum problem, will ask them to come a bit, every 3 months, thereabout.
So every quarter they come in.
Every quarter.
Okay, Norma, please come in.
All right, Dr. Amy, wow. That was, you gave us reason. In fact, the moment you said tooth decay is an infection, I said that made me sit up because I know what infections do generally. When somebody's running a fever or a child is running a fever, you know that there's an infection somewhere. So I wanted to ask that apart from brushing and flossing and basic hygiene that we carry out, what other hygiene advice would you have for somebody just to be able to just daily care for their tooth? And also, for those who have like sensitive teeth, what kind of toothbrushes or toothpaste? I mean, I know they have the sensitive toothpaste, but what kind of brushes? Because sometimes you might want to get something hard, even though you don't smoke, but just for cleaning purpose or just to make sure that your teeth is clean and you want to brush and brush. But sometimes you also find out that damages. So what kind of tooth? Because I don't particularly subscribe to too soft toothbrushes. I feel that they don't do anything. So what's your advice?
Auntie, what are you washing?
Thank you for that. So I could tell you, well, you said it all. Brushing, very important, at least twice a day. Flossing, very important. We also have those, what we call interproximal toothbrushes that do even better than flossing. So I think your dentist can show you how to use these brushes even better. But definitely there is the fact that when you have sensitive teeth, your dentist will be able to tell you why your teeth are sensitive, what's your diet? Because you see, what goes in, reflects in your mouth. So if you're taking a lot of acidic fruits, you want to watch that. So sensitivity could be due to even the position of your teeth, what you eat, how you brush, of course, as you said it. Don't use toothbrushes that are too hard. I will go with soft. Now we even have extra soft, just to tell you that you don't need hard toothbrushes. Medium, if you feel like you want to feel the bristles, but to be honest, if you have a soft toothbrush, you're good.
It will get the job done.
And you have a good technique, yes. And you go over your gums and teeth. Go over your gums and teeth when you're brushing. It's so important that we remember to brush our gums.
Gum and
teeth, yes.
Okay, we'll take a break.
Yes.
Gums.
I have one.
Hold on, hold on. Let's take a very short break. We'll be right back. Gums and teeth.
Gums and
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're discussing how to take care of our Oral Health, and we have with us Dr. Amy. Now, please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet us at Wayshow, Africa1 with hashtag Wayshow. All right, so Norma, you had a follow-up question, and I have a question for Doctor, then I'll come to you, Glory.
Yes, I did. So, Dr. Amy, I wanted to find out about dry mouth. Now, people who experience dry mouth, what could possibly be the cause of having dry mouth? And does it also, is it part of what makes them to have a mouth odor? And then I wanted to also find out if dental x-rays are safe and if they're needed.
All right. Thank you, Neoma.
We came for you today.
Yes, it's ready. She's really done quite a bit of research. So, Neoma, definitely dry mouth. I think there's no better time to talk about that because we have the Lent season, people are fasting. We have the Ramadan where people are fasting. So we know that most of the time during the day, you know, those who are fasting will be having a dry mouth. And of course, if there's less liquid intake, there's less circulation of saliva, you tend to have a dry mouth, and the mouth could actually not have a fresh breath, okay? So we are prone to having a bit of, you know, halitosis is what the technical word for it. So you want to make sure you hydrate whenever you're able to drink quite a bit. And the other source, apart from when you're fasting, of having dry mouth is when you're having some medication. I'm very allergic, for example, I take all this antihistaminic, you know, I take it at night, but I know throughout the day, the effect is there. You're taking certain form of antibiotics that could also lead to dry mouth. So you will tend to be prone to having halitosis, you know, if you're having some of this medication. I mean, some other conditions, general condition, if you're a diabetic patient, you know, you could, because of the diabetes or because of the medication you are taking, having a dry mouth. A dry mouth equals, you know, an issue, not having a fresh breath, okay?
So when you're dehydrated, right? So that can cause, what's it called?
The halitosis. Yes, but
yeah.
it's really because your salivary glands are not, you know,
functioning
optimally or producing enough saliva. So any situation that, you know, because you already also have people who are mouth breathers. I see a lot of children because they have problem with their sinuses or, you know, they can't breathe. They breathe through the mouth. Yeah. And the parents are like, I don't understand why my child it's not having a fresh breath. But it's really because he breathes through the mouth and the mouth is dry. So as soon as you have a dry mouth, less saliva, you're prone to having, you know, not having a fresh breath. But you also are prone to more gum disease, you know, your gums bleeding more, prone to having more tooth decay because the saliva has a function in washing our teeth and protecting our teeth and gums.
So if you gargle, would it help? For instance, for those that are fasting, right? So in between your fasting, you know, you can't take water, but at least you can just put in the water, gargle and spit it out. Would it help?
Is that works for, yes.
Okay, it will help. So she talked about x-rays, safety of x-rays.
Safety of x-ray, thanks for bringing that up. X-rays are much safer now than ever because radiology is now digital, all right? So the exposure has divided by 20 or more, right? So now that we have digital x-rays, we could tell you that in some dental offices in the state, for example, the dental x-ray is actually in the middle of the reception, you know, just to tell you that they don't really put so many screens and protection and lead because the radiation is so minimal, all right? So I will tell you that it's something that we need to be protected, especially around the thyroids and all that, but the radiation has really been, you know, dramatically reduced and less risk.
Okay, so speaking to mouth odor, even though I don't know your medical terminology. So we noticed that, I noticed that, you know, some people, produce more, the tonsil stones or whatever it is it's called, you know, and if you notice